Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our council meeting of Monday, September 8th, 2025. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationships between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place. The land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for this place. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Megwich. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? I have two. One, 11C, because I'm a member of the Lions Club, and two is the 12C, because I'm a director of the Biosphere. That has been duly noted, Clerk Way. I'm going to ask Councillor Cooper to chair the meetings during those two items, if you would, please.
Oh, I can join as a panelist now.
Okay, good. All right. And with that, our first delegation, I think you told me, is not happening. The library. The library is not happening. That means we're going to go to the deputation on Haskets Drive drainage petition. And Mr. Smith, is he here or online? He's online. All right. Ken Smith of Water Services Manager, DM Wills Associates Limited, will be giving us that deputation. Mr. Smith, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, all. I understood Greg may have a few words to begin. Is that true there, Greg? If you'd like, please go ahead, and I'll take it from there. Okay.
Well, I didn't see you waving. I apologize. Good morning, CM McGiotty.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Yeah, I figured I'd do a bit of an introduction to the report that is on the agenda, and then Mr. Smith is online to answer any kind of more technical questions and any questions further in terms of next steps. So, as Council is aware, the township has been working with Mr. Smith on the Haskets Drive drainage issue, as well as with the residents along Haskets Drive. And Mr. Smith did a site visit. We had several meetings with the residents. And during the course of the process, Mr. Santoro approached the township with a drainage engineer that Mr. Santoro had retained, and requested a meeting with township staff and Mr. Smith. During that meeting, and let me go back a step here and say that council had authorized staff to proceed with the township being the petitioner of the drainage issue on Haskets. So the way that the conversation ended with Mr. Santoro and his drainage engineer was that Mr. Santoro and subsequently Mr. Smith, another property owner on Haskets Drive, would be the petitioners for implementation of the Drainage Act. What that does is it provides a more narrow scope to the matter. So instead of looking at the drainage along the whole of the Haskets Drive in that area, now the drainage issue would be looked at more specifically in terms of Mr. Santoro's and Mr. Smith's properties. Not to say that there would not be obviously a connecting impact outside of their properties. However, the fact that they are now the petitioners does look at it more specifically on their property. And so the option that township staff are asking council to approve is for council to ask Mr. Smith and his company to do a preliminary study surrounding this petition, and then Mr. Smith would come back to council with his recommendations for the two subject properties, and then at that time, the petitioners can always say, you know what, I'm not interested anymore in going down the formal process. And if they pull back from this formal process, then there is the ability to obtain a certain percentage of funding from OMAFRA to cover Mr. Smith's costs for doing the design. So rather than the township incurring all of the costs by being the petitioner, now it's more of a shared approach with the two property owners. It's not to say that should Mr. Santoro and should Mr. Smith pull away from the petition, that the project comes to a halt. No. Following the preliminary study that Mr. Smith does, there is still the ability to enter into an informal agreement to implement the drainage solutions that Mr. Smith comes forward to, rather than going down the whole formal Drainage Act process, which could be lengthier and possibly more having additional cost. So in summary, staff are approving that we go down this process, that council asks Mr. Smith and his company to go ahead and do this preliminary design, which can be done in tandem for both property owners, and that he would then come back with a recommendation and costs, et cetera.
Well, thank you very much, CEO Mariotti, but color me confused. You just presented the staff report 11A, in effect, but are we still expecting a deputation?
So Mr. Smith is here at my request, because if council asks questions that are quite technical, I'm nowhere near an expert of the for the Drainage Act. So that's why Mr. Smith is here, just to answer any questions.
So we're not actually going to get a deputation.
No, he's there. He's
okay.
There too.
Well, under the circumstances, Council, I'm hoping that you allow me to adjust the agenda slightly to skip over the deputation, skip over the delegation, skip over the consent agenda for now, and go straight into staff reports, which we've just heard 11A. Boy, if the whole meeting can move this quickly, we got it made. All right. With that, and Mr. Smith, I gather then you're prepared for providing answers, but you have nothing to say in advance. Is that correct?
Happy to give a run through of the report that I've prepared with some background information, but it's probably more prudent for me to answer specific questions.
All right. With that, I'm going to turn it over to council, and on the assumption, of course, that you've read the report and you've heard everything, and if there's any questions. And Councillor Graziano, I see your hand up. Good morning, or is it good afternoon in your case?
Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm logging in from my phone as my computer will not allow me to log in. I guess our IT firm has yet to receive instructions to release the geofence here. But my phone for some reason is allowing me to log in. With that said, I'd received numerous questions and concerns with respect to this matter presented to me over the weekend by constituents. One as recently as today. On the particular issue, and I think, Your Worship, you're not the only one that's a little confused. Perhaps you were more so confused procedurally, but a lot of my constituents were concerned for two reasons. One, I guess there's a misconception circulating that there is going to be a cost incurred to the community for this particular issue, and perhaps we can discuss the costs associated with this and bring to light and or address any misconceptions that our ratepayers or any of the residents on Haskets that would be abutting or neighboring these properties will not have to incur any costs out of pocket, nor will will be, and if so, what that would look like for transparency. And secondly, I think there was a lot of confusion as to why I was not included in on an email as a ward councillor dated Friday, August the 29th, at 4:30 p.m. with regards to an update on this matter. So I had received numerous inquiries with regards to whether I've read the email and my response to it, and unbeknownst to me, didn't receive or wasn't a recipient of this email, even though I'm the ward councillor for this particular group as well as for the road itself. So if I can, perhaps staff can endeavor to provide some clarity on the concerns with regards to costs associated with this matter, and who those costs will be borne back onto, and who will it preclude. And then with regards to the communication, I think that's a discussion that we should have, perhaps offline and or in another time. So over to staff.
Gil Mariotti, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So yes, so the fact that the petition is now initiated by Mr. Smith and Mr. Santoro. Now they are they will be partly responsible for the costs of this preliminary report. Should the township have continued to be the petitioner, then the costs would have been solely on the township. But by going down this option, it is being split 3 ways between the township, Mr. Smith and Mr. Santoro, and actually any funding that we're able to obtain from AMAFRA, that would actually come off the preliminary design cost. So it's actually more cost effective doing it this way for the township at this point.
May I weigh in on that, Greg, if that's all right? Firstly, folks, if I may, I think it's important just to clarify. There's Mr. Smith, the petitioner, a landowner in the watershed, and then there's myself, Mr. Smith, an engineering consultant. I'm not that's not the same person. We just have a popular last name. So feel free to call me Ken if you'd like, for clarity in this meeting. So we're not confused. Forgive me, folks, a very high level overview of the Drainage Act may be warranted for some. In terms of costs, the Drainage Act provides a very specific process for the allocation of costs for an end construction project. So I'm sure constituents are concerned about the construction of a solution and the cost of the process itself. The costs, the few things I can say about the costs is they will be borne primarily by the individuals within the watershed. I have a map in my report I can show, but anyone that drains in and to this area would bear costs or participate in the costs. A large portion of the cost would be borne by those that would benefit from the project. So those are typically the petitioners more often than not, because they're the ones that are asking for the project and subsequently have some sort of improvement to their lands. In so much as the rest of the township, it's not put on a tax through and distributed throughout the township. So neighbors that are outside of the watershed, they don't have a stake in the cost, short of any improvement that's actually on township land. So there are some unopened right-of-ways within the area. So there may be some lands that the township has a minor assessment for having some lands drained, but for the most part, a drainage project costs are borne by the landowners within the drainage catchment watershed. I hope that's helpful.
Follow-up question, Your Worship.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And to Mr. Smith, the engineer's point, I think the concern with regards to the constituents is, are taxpayers going to be on the hook for something that benefits 2 residents? And this has been the crux of, I think, the issue and the concerns with respect to neighbors amongst other community members. And as I heard Mr. Smith state that we being the municipality could benefit here, given that there is some municipal land that may net out some gains, whether through the drainage of the waters or not. we are still on the hook one way or another for 1/3 of this based on the act itself. Is that correct?
No, not for 1/3 of the cost based on the act. I think that perhaps the 1/3 could be discussing grants or splits, but no, the cost will be assessed based on something called a scheduled assessment. It'll be a table where every property owner within the watershed is listed, and a variety of costs and benefits are spelled out, and the cost distributed. I would expect the township to play a minor role in the cost at the end of a scheduled assessment for this drain, because you aren't the primary receiver of benefit. It's mainly for, as we suggest, a few landowners within the catchment, and you don't own much of the land within the watershed. For clarity, you can receive costs because of benefit. You can also receive costs because of something called outlet liability, which means it's your water coming off your land that contributes to the trouble. Much of the cost is borne by the beneficiaries for benefit. Some of the cost is borne by just the other folks within the watershed that contribute some water to the problem area. That's where I think the township may have some level of assessment of costs, is that they would have some water that would contribute to the challenging areas.
Okay, and one more follow-up question, if I may, Your Worship.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just to confirm that today's report will be for informational purposes only, and that we're not passing a specific amount of money in or for this drainage currently. Is that correct?
The resolution reads that we receive this report for information and that we proceed with drainage works petitioned by the owners of 802 and 808 Haskets Drive, and the council proceed with the drainage works petitioned by the owners of it's kind of repetitive here, but proceed with the drainage works petitioned by the owners of 862 Haskets Drive. Is that so? Basically, we're wanting the report to go ahead. We're receiving this report. We want some of the work to go ahead, the further study, but we're not committing to the final amounts or any of that because they haven't been assessed.
Yeah, and if I may, through the process, you've received these petitions from these two landowners. The first step under council is to decide whether or not to move forward with these petitions under the Drainage Act process. And that's, I think, what's being asked today, to proceed, move forward with these petitions, or conversely say, no, we don't think these petitions are worth pursuing, in which case you'd want to be careful. You'd be subject to potentially an appeal to that decision. The next step in the process would be to appoint an engineer. So please, I've been involved to date, but I'm not appointed as the engineer under the Drainage Act for these petitions. That would be the next step in the process. And then after that, the engineer would go away as instructed. They would prepare reports, and there would be processes after the reports are complete to consider the project in a meeting to consider with council again. There'd be something called a quarter revision where you can look at the costs. And it's not till those meetings are complete that there'd be a decision to proceed to a construction.
And if we endeavor to decline at that point, once we review the costs and feel that the costs may not necessarily echo the benefit that we would receive, the applicants would have the opportunity to appeal. So they could appeal if we decline here and now. They could also appeal later on downstream if in the event that we determine the costs are too heavily.
Yeah, I believe that's true. There is an appeal process at the end of the meeting to consider as well. You're quite right. The determination of the costs being too high for the benefit is incumbent on the engineer as part of their review. And there's a section, it's 40 of the Act, that speaks to how the engineer recommends a termination of the process should they feel that the costs outweigh the benefit.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Cooper, please.
I'm not sure that I have a question because I think a lot of the things that have concerned me are the financial side of this and the cost benefit to specific people and landowners, maybe two, but maybe others in the area And I think that's appropriate. What I am interested in knowing before making any final decision on this is the total cost, if any, for the township, because the township isn't a well that's full of money. It's our ratepayers that will pay the bill. And if they don't benefit, I'm failing to see why it should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Councillor Graziano pretty much got all the answers that I needed, but the one thing I would like to be involved in, being the district councillor for both wards 1 and 3, is to be kept up to date as the live events continue, instead of waiting till a report comes through. It's kind of good to have the information, so when we receive the phone calls, we have some sort of knowledge and facts instead of trying to just suffice by stalling and waiting for reports. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a question to staff, I guess, and to maybe perhaps Mr. Smith. In the report, I know it's relatively self-explanatory, but I am curious. I don't really understand the 3 maps that are there with the lot lines and surveys. I guess not surveys, but site plans with the different petitions and the different routes of a potential drainage. I'm not sure, it's not really mentioned in the report anywhere how these relate, and I'm just wondering if somebody could explain how those are either the same or different. Thank you.
Happy to do so. Through your worship, may I share my screen, folks? Is that
Please go ahead.
you. Okay, great. Okay, let's pick the right button. Can everybody confirm they're looking at a map?
Yep. We are.
Okay, great. And it should have it should say figure 4 on it, and have a red line, dashed line through the center. And I hope you can see my cursor as well where I'm pointing.
Affirmative on all scores.
Great. Okay. So we have 3 maps in our report, figure 4, 5, and 6. And what we were doing here was we were trying to help gain clarity in the process and in what could happen should certain property owners decide to petition. So it's a little hypothetical, but what we had provided were these 3 opportunities based on 3 different petition scenarios. This red line was what would happen should the township decide to petition, in my opinion. So if I were appointed as the engineer, this was the route based on my field investigation and my conversations with the community that I expected the solution would take. And this would be, there's a culvert here crossing Haskets, and the solution would be some sort of a ditch or piped solution from 6 Mile Lake up the bank and over to the culvert. Where we're showing a difference is the green line, and I apologize, the green line's a little hard to see. This is what the solution would likely look like should 802, the property owner at 802 petition. And we, at our on-site meeting, the property owner, that's Mr. Smith, had discussed, a desire for an improvement. That's why we had suggested, okay, this is, we think they may petition, here's what the solution would look like. And the key being that the solution would extend all the way up to their property to give them an access for an outlet. Should there be a petition from 862, which there has been, this yellow line would be the extent of the petition. And the point here being, if there were only a petition from the owner at 862, we wouldn't then incur a solution that goes further beyond their property. And that's because, quite frankly, no one would be asking for that solution. It's incumbent on us to give a solution that's consistent with the problem we're being asked to solve. So that's what those 3 different maps are intended to show. They, of course, are very preliminary in nature. They don't show the nature of the solution. It doesn't show the extent of whether it's a ditch or a pipe or an oversized trench drain or something like that. But this is just the solution route. Does that answer your question, Councillor Predko?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll stop sharing.
All right. I find myself with a few questions. I mean, I read the staff report. I went through quickly some 150 odd pages of your report, Engineer Smith.
Yep.
And I will admit that many of them I just, whoa, I have no idea, and kept on moving. Which leads me to my first question. If we go ahead with this, then there's supposed to be a report prepared, and I'm thinking we already got a 150-page report. So what's the additional report going to tell us that we haven't already been told by what that appears to be a very capable engineer?
Thank you. Now, for clarity, Your Worship, the reports that you're referring to, are they the previous engineering reports for the watershed, the ones not authored by myself?
Well, I see
those?
your report of June 2025.
Sure.
And then maybe the other parts of it were other information that was not prepared by you. I'm not.
Okay. It's fine. I'll speak to my report. I just wanted to make sure we weren't speaking about some previous engineering work that existed in the watershed. The main difference for the a next report that I would prepare is that we would have an idea of cost. I think that's the heart and soul of it. There's a lot of work done within this report that is beneficiary to the project and wouldn't have to be repeated. We understand the drainage, watershed, and the property limits and where things go. That's great. What we haven't done is come up with a conceptual, sketched out solution. And the main inhibition for that is understanding where rock is. I think that my engineering review so far suggests that it should and could be a fairly straightforward ditched solution, but rock could throw a wrench in that real quick. So under the process of the preliminary report to understand costs, we would recommend we collect some subsurface investigation, nothing too fancy, some hand dug holes, just to understand where rock is throughout the location, to understand then what the cost of construction might be. That's, I think, the real add-on for our preliminary report. And the preliminary report would be focused on these petitions, solving these problems now that we know we've received these specific petitions.
All right, thank you very much. Because yes, I mean, I just double checked, and your report was in the 150-page range, so it was quite a thorough report. But I understand that it was, I'll call it a surface report versus going in depth to discover how much rock was where, and that's always a challenge when you build in this area, as you get these surprises and not always pleasant. All right, I'm going to go back to Councillor Jarvis. I see your hand has come up.
Yes, thank you very much. Reviewing the report that I read earlier, for Mr. Smith, the engineer, you indicate in your topographic drainage overview that if you ran that line, I guess the option on map 4 that shows them the full drainage right down to the lake, that the land is relatively flat. And I'm just concerned with your comments with regards to what the cost may be. Is there no way with the LiDAR that's already been done to get a better idea? And obviously, what in line with natural drainage that might have been there before the road went in, is there no indication or confidence from your point of view that if the option regarding taking the water all the way down that line would be almost a natural course of events anyway?
I do feel like it's the natural flow of the land. The red line shown on figure 4 going from west to east is the way that the terrain flows. I think that there could be a portion of this drain that requires very little interference, maybe even just a set understanding of where the culverts will be and crossing the laneways that enter the private residences, and what the elevation of those culverts would be and their size. Might be all that's really needed. A very minor improvement to sort of ditching in the area. The flat areas you're referring to from our LiDAR, and I love the language you're using. Everyone, the LiDAR shown on figure 3, and I think for clarity, why don't I share it again? And I hope I'm not overstating this, folks. This figure here is showing the terrain and its elevation, and the red terrain is higher and the green terrain is lower towards the lake. I think makes sense. And so I think what I'm hearing is, these areas that are perhaps a little more flat, does the water not naturally flow from west to east anyway? And the answer is yes, it does. And furthermore, the slope from here to here, I mean, this is fairly high level data, it's about 1%. So it has a reasonable natural flow. The drain improvement on 862, because it does get hung up right here. You can see it's just a little tinge of green. The water doesn't really get away. Might require some ditching that has to go down through a little bit of a higher point. So it might get a little bit deep in there. But other than that, we expect the ditching to be, fairly consistent with the grade of the land. We had done in our report an idea of what kind of size of ditch, magnitude of ditch would work here. I think we had said no more than a 1.5 foot kind of deep would carry an 100-year sort of storm event. So it's not too onerous a project, barring rock. But yet, to your point, Councillor Jarvis, the intent would be that the water would flow from west to east, and we would have probably just minor localized improvements to protect how it flows and make sure no one can interfere with that in the future.
Thank you. And follow up, if you don't mind, through the mayor. Then follow up to that, then with the comments with regards in the report to how the drainage would be set up depending on who petitions. And you indicate that if the property owner on 862 is the only petitioner, then that's where the solution would be only. Yeah. But my understanding that we've already got 2 petitioners. That's Messrs. Santaro and Smith, and those are that 8.
It's
802 and 808 have already petitioned, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
So the option that puts the drainage just down through 862 seems to be out of the picture, because we've already got petitions from 802 and 808. So anything we do right now will have to be including drainage out of those two lot areas, correct?
Yeah, the solution to those combined petitions would be at least up to 802. So that's the green line I showed, the second figure. Right. I think it's important to note that it's incumbent on the engineer, once appointed, to determine whether those petitions are valid or not under the Act. And to be deemed valid, there has to be a certain area that requires drainage, a certain problem area, and it has to be represented sufficiently by the petitioners. I've already provided the opinion in my previous report that the Mr. Santaro's lands, that petition, it represents all of its localized problem area and is pretty defensively valid. I was not committal on whether the petition on 802 was or wasn't valid, and because I may not be the engineer that's appointed, it would have to be looked at carefully to determine whether the problem area that's trying to be fixed is sufficiently represented by Mr. Smith, the petitioner. Okay, and then so finally, just a summary. Then we're waiting to what we're going to be possibly recommending here is, if we move ahead on this, the engineer that comes in would verify whether the petitions are legitimate for 802, 808, and those that are petitioning, correct? That's right. Yeah. Thank you.
And as a quick follow-up to that, if the petitions from the owner of 802 and 808 are considered legit, I presume that means that particular individual would have a more significant share in the costs that are incurred. That's correct. And I would expect that. And the reason we would expect that is that the extension of the drain to their lands would primarily provide them benefit. And so when we assess costs and we ask who's benefiting, they would receive the lion's share of that additional cost. Not all of it. Some of the cost would be allocated to other individuals that drain to the drain. All right. My only other comment I'm going to make, and then I'll see if there's any questions, and I'll read the motion. The comment is, this has been ongoing for as long as I can remember, and I've been in this seat for holy smokes, almost 7 years now. It would be really nice to get this thing resolved one way or another, regardless of what your opinion is at this point about the whole situation. It would be nice to get it done. And I'm very glad to see that steps have been taken to move it forward. And with that, I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council receives this report for information in conjunction with the presentation from Ken Smith at DM Wills and Associates Limited, and that Council proceed with the drainage works petitioned by the owners of 802 and 808 Haskets Drive, and that Council proceed with the drainage works petitioned by the owners of 862 Haskets Drive. All those in favor? All right, and I have more than enough hands to say that is carried. And because I've been in the mood for doing a little juggling with scheduling, I'm going to suggest we now go to 11C, because that is why I think we have a whole bunch of blue shirts in the audience. And going over to 11C means I'm going to step away, and Councillor Cooper, if you wouldn't mind chairing 11C on waiving of facility fees. And I believe it's going to be Director Engel is going to prepare that report. And with that, I'm going to the back of the room.
Thank you very much. And apparently we do have a little bit of a report from Mara. And so with that in mind, let's hear that and then we'll carry on. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Cooper. As we saw in August, it was brought forth by the Lions Club to have their fees waived. As I've included in my report, this is a bit of a bigger issue. We have a number of organizations, programs that have had the fees waived in the past, but we have no process in place to waive fees. There's nothing in our fees bylaw, and there's no policy for the waiving of fees. So at this point, the process is not very open. It's not very clear. It has been up to a couple individuals, which is not what you would expect in an open process where we are spending the taxpayers' funding. This has put into place, and I am not in a position to waive fees. I do not have the authority to do it. And that is in part what we need to look at. But we also need to look at, as Alliance have pointed out, they haven't paid fees before, so they're not budgeted, they're not set up to pay fees. So what I'm recommending at this point is to waive their fees for the balance of the year, and to also look at having either a formal policy or best case scenario, something in our fees bylaw that says, here's who pays fees, here's who doesn't pay fees, in a clear, unbiased manner that allows staff to report back to individuals who are or are not paying fees why it is set up in this manner. I provided what the area townships do. It is fairly consistent that the waiving of fees is for those organizations or fundraiser or events that are to the benefit of the township as a whole. And in that sense, because this is, when waiving fees, the tax base as a whole is subsidizing. It's already subsidizing, but it is subsidizing it as a whole. So I'm looking for, in this resolution, for council to waive the fees for the Lions and other organizations that have previously had their fees waived moving forward till the end of the year, until we come up with a policy or update to our fees bylaw. And I'm also looking for some direction from council on what they would like to see.
Thank you for that. And while we're not required to hear from the Lions Club today, I'd be happy to hear something very short. And then we'll get council to give some consideration to this, including the recommendations that have already come forward, which sounded pretty sound to me. So sound here.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. I would just like to also point out that the Lions fees that we pay to be a Lion, administration fees, come out of our pocket. And if we have to pay fees to have our meetings, then to be a Lion, the fees will go up for individuals, most of whom are also taxpayers, as you can see behind me here, this complement of lovely people who's come to witness what happens here today. Most of them live in Georgian Bay Township and are also taxpayers. So the money that we raise to go back to the community is separate from any administration fees we have to pay. Those come out of our pocket. I wanted to point that out. Additionally, very quickly, the $115,000 we raised in the last 5 years to go back into the community is going up every day with the fundraising we do. And we have committed as a group 2,500 hours to the communities that we serve, which are Port Severn, Honey Harbor, and Wabashine. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. And not seeing anything else here in terms of with respect to the public, so we'll bring it into consideration by council. So I see 3 different councillors with their hands up. I assume it's not from before. So Councillor Graziano, did you have a comment?
I did, and thank you through you, Interim Mayor Cooper. Two notes, if I may. One a statement, and one a comment with regards to staff's request for input. I fully support the waiving of these fees. In fact, I was prepared to bring a motion forward on this very matter. Unbeknownst to me, staff had already drafted the report and our clerk had advised accordingly. I fully support the request. I think it's a no-brainer given the amount of community involvement that the group has and the benefit that they, along with the MacTier Wards Lions Club, present to the community as a whole. And so for us to charge the fees annually for the Baxter Ward Lions to meet, I think is a really unnecessary from my own personal perspective. In my opinion, with regards to input, I wonder whether perhaps we break that conversation away and bring it to Cal for a further and perhaps more lengthy discussion around who we'd like to see and who we wouldn't like to see. But to give a high level understanding of my approach and my policy with regards to waiving of fees, I would say any community association or club that provides a service to the community by way of any type of tangible service, any support to our municipality, and even any support to families and local groups, I think are all or should all be rather eligible for the waiving of fees. I know many associations within my ward that do incredible things, some of which I'll be reporting back on today, that should have their fees waived because of what they're doing for the community and for us collectively as a whole, and the culture that they are developing within our communities as well. Our municipality would be absent of culture without these associations and these groups. And we really rely on them to do and to provide us services such as the Baxter Ward Lions Club and the food bank, amongst the other great things that they do. And I'm always seeing them out and about in our community at different events as well. So that's my comment in a nutshell, and my support 100% behind this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graziano. Turn it over now to Councillor Bocek. Thank you.
Thank you. Through your temporary worship, I guess is what we'll call you.
You're welcome to worship me anytime.
My comments are similar to Councillor Graziano's, that I do support this. I have a question for our Director of Operations, or perhaps our Director of Finance. In the past, has Lions come to us for granting? I think once a year we accept applications for grants towards different organizations. Is the Lions one that comes forward for that?
Yes, recognize the Director of Finance.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Bocek. I believe in the past they have come to us. I don't have those figures directly in front of me, but it is something that I can provide.
Okay, thank you. And supplementary to that, the Lions Club in MacTier, which might put Councillor Graziano in a conflict of interest, but I believe that they should receive the same amount of funds for any township properties or buildings that they need or use. And also, reading the report, this seemed to be mainly about the use of Baxter Ward Community Center as their hub for their meetings. Now, I know the Lions use other municipal properties and buildings, such as the pickleball courts or the hockey, outdoor hockey arenas, things like that, to support community events. And I would just like to see anything that the Lions do within the township of Georgian Bay get any fees waived for use of any of our properties. Don't really have a question, just a statement.
Thank you, Councillor Bocek. And I now see Councillor Redko would like to have a word.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Chair. Just a couple of questions and a statement of or question of clarity to Ms. Engel, the Director of Operations. In your description of the report, you were talking about waiving fees for the Lions, and then you made a comment about waiving fees for other organizations through the remainder of the year. That's not in the resolution today, and I just want to clarify what you meant by that.
Through you, Chair Cooper. I was made aware after this report went in that there is a program that has lunch for seniors, which in the past we have waived all fees for. And I would like to, if we're looking at waiving fees for programs that are benefiting the community, that would be included as well.
Okay, and then I guess to follow up with that, then there's things like the early on that occupy the arena meeting room in MacTier. Are their fees waived, or are they paying for fees?
They are programs put on by the district. So as another agency, they, as the upper tier, provide programs for us that we don't have. And I believe that's, there has never been a fee because it is the district putting on programs for us. In essence, they are acting on our behalf and putting on programs. So there is the early on, and there's also, I believe it's bi-weekly, a seniors drop-in as well.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get clarity because I do know that the Lions in MacTier are also planning to come towards council to look for a waiving of fees. And if that today's discussion is going to have any impact on that, I'd have to recuse myself from further discussion. So that's why I'm trying to understand the impact of what you're proposing today. And I'm not sure I have complete understanding that you know, just I'm going to recuse myself because I think I may influence further decisions, so I will just step back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bocek. Sorry, Councillor. And I think there, by the way, Councillor Bocek, there was a question about other funding for the Lions, Baxter Lions, and I saw some nodding heads that there from the group that there might be funding that comes. Could you just answer that one question for us, please?
Are you talking about the grant?
I think that's what the question was,
Yeah.
yes.
So we did apply for a grant to have our tent and our tablecloth, and we got that last year. It was just over $1,000. Thank you. Also, could I make one other comment? We are asking for waiving of fees, not just for this year, but for perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anybody else that has comment? If not, just in sort of passing, I think it would be important for us to give more consideration to the waiving of fees, and from my perspective. And I think, you know, all organizations do good work, some more than others, shall we say, but those are some of the things that we could discuss in session. Sorry. Oh, we have another question. Councillor Graziano. Sorry about that.
Thank you. And through you, I just wanted to address a misconception, and perhaps Councillor Bocek was seeking to cite Councillor Predko as his membership in the MacTier Lions. I do not, nor am I a member of any association or club within my ward or within our township. And as such, I can have a discussion with regards to any potential waiving of fees without a conflict. So again, I want to address that misconception, given that there perhaps was or there was a comment made with regards to a potential conflict. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that, I'll just finish my comment saying that I think it's worthy of considering what's being recommended here by staff, that we get a formal waiving, shall we say, policy, and give it some consideration at the committee of the whole and council, and get some real and clear definition, because I suspect there are other organizations that could be deserving, or maybe we decide that our constituents shouldn't carry the freight. So there's both sides of it have to be weighed out. So I'll save my other comments on that and time when we have an opportunity to discuss. So in the meantime, Clerk Way, I'm going to read the resolution and see. Sorry. Oh boy, sorry, I keep missing. You better wave two hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Through you to members of council, I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Bocek's request. So we did approve a little over 1,100 in 2024 for the Baxter Lions Club, and in 2024 we also approved $5,000 for the MacTier Lions Club as well.
Thank you for those figures that we've been doling out. So there we are. So I'm going to read the motion now. Oh, we have another hand. My goodness. What a popular subject.
As Councillor Predko has pointed out, there has been other organizations that have come to light now that we have previously waived fees. Can we update that resolution to just say organizations that have previously had their fees waived as opposed to specifically the Lions until we update?
Why would we not look at other organizations as opposed to just those that have received funds? Wouldn't that be part of the discussion?
It will be part of the discussion, but there's two parts to the resolution. So the first part of the resolution is saying we've waived the fees for the balance of 2025 so that while we're going through that decision process, those organizations are not having to pay in the short term.
And then we examine the whole.
Then we examine it as a whole, yes.
Including those that haven't received anything in the past.
Correct.
Thank you. I just want to get clarification. I'm sorry to be so dense, but it goes with the territory. Thank you. We'll get this slightly modified. Maybe the Lions Club would like to break out in song? Maybe not. Phones off, please. Phones off, please. Thank you. All right. So here we are. We've got a book written here by Clerk Way. First of all, this was moved by yours truly and seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Is that still legit? Thank you.
Oh, no, sorry. No.
I have to change my name in
You
here?
have to change your name. Yes, sorry.
What am I going to call myself?
Well, I mean, we're gonna call you Hazelton.
Oh,
I'm trying to write this side.
can you spell that? Oh, there we go.
Council.
So moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council agrees for organizations that have historically had fees waived, continue to be waived for the balance of 2025. That's number one. Two, that staff be directed to develop either a formal fee waiver policy or amendment to the fees and charges bylaw to be presented to council at a later date. All those in favor? Yes.
Through you, temporary mayor. Chair, I think
Your worship too.
your
Okay.
worship. I think the Lions came here to achieve an answer on whether they're going to get their funding. And from what I hear, this resolution is putting through, it'll be delayed until it's talked of at COW, or would it be approved today for the Lions? Because
This isn't the grant. This is just for waiving of fees for use of our facilities.
yes, and that is
And that's what we're doing. We're saying this resolution reads that we would waive fees for them or anybody else. I think it's basically what it says.
okay. Thank you.
Is there anything else, Clerk Way? Is that correct?
I think what Councillor Bocek is trying to express is the Lions Club clearly asked to have their fees waived in perpetuity. The resolution speaks to only 2025 because then a formal policy will come into place, which I cannot speak to, but may or may not capture the Lions Club as a whole within that policy to then continue for their fees to be waived.
Sorry, thank you for that. Is there any other clarification? Oh, my goodness. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, for clarification, perhaps I am concerned with semantics. However, I would request that policy and the resolution be changed to report and that it be brought back to COW for further discussion within COW first, rather than a policy going directly to council for consideration. And then secondly, I'd be prepared to vote on the request by the Baxter Ward Lions for their request in perpetuity here and now. I think that there are two separate issues, and whether a future policy that nets out of a report and a lengthy discussion covers it or not, at least they will know what the future for themselves looks like. And it perhaps will likely, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but may endeavor to be some redundancy there as we will have passed now for this year. And hopefully we will have resolved this matter by next year prior to the election. So my comments and my request to change the wording. Thank you.
So essentially, we can change, I can reread item 2 in the resolutions, which would say that staff be directed to develop either a formal fee waiver policy or amendment to fees and charges bylaw to be presented to COW at a later date. So that would be a clarification related to the point that you raised. That's A. And then your second request, I believe, is to in perpetuity, which sort of flies in the face of what this resolution's about. So Are you suggesting that we do a second resolution? Because I think that's the only way that we could deal with that.
I'll defer to the clerk on what her preference is on how we make magic happen. With regards to the first point, again, whether policy and reports are being used interchangeably, or whether there is a difference, I would rather see a report by staff advising on what they recommend should be a potential for future policy and who should be covered under it, before it actually gets to a formal policy. Because I'm sure they're going to use our input for iteration and information purposes. So I'd like to see a report first before a formal policy is developed. That's my 2 cents. This way, essentially for efficiency.
Over to Clerk Wade.
So the policy would be adopted by council, so it would have to come to council for consideration prior to it coming into practice anyway. So that's what the report would do. And the best way to talk about a policy is to provide a draft policy with the report. As for the Lions Club receiving their fees in perpetuity, that would be a separate resolution. I feel like it's too conflated with the other 2 points.
Right.
If you would like to move that, I would need a seconder for that second motion.
I'll
But
move it.
this one still stands.
So this one stands even though we changed the word?
Yeah, because this one's just changing council to cow. That's just a friendly amendment if Hazelton and Jarvis are agreeable to it.
You're disagreeable? Thank you.
So
We're not
perhaps
listening.
we vote on this one and then I'll draft a second one.
So
Specific to
do
the
we need to read it again?
I
Just
think,
note that we have changed council to cow in
Yeah.
that resolution. All those in favor? Sorry, except I wasn't on there, but anyway, there we are. All those in favor were. So we're moving forward with that. Now, the second resolution is just being drafted now by our clerk, and we've got Councillor Graziano and Councillor Bocek with the second resolution. I'm glad we have a drummer here. I'll read the second resolution. It's really hard to keep this crowd, especially at council, under control. Anyway, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. I'm trying to read. Oh, what's that word? Council?
yeah, council authorized, sorry.
A council authorizes the rental fees for the Baxter Ward Lions Club be waived until such time that the council rescinds this authorization. So there should be, if there is, any discussion, and I see Councillor Jarvis has got a comment or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, your worship. I have trouble with that. Anyway, as much as I'm very sympathetic to the cost, because I think that in the end, I think the fees ultimately will be waived for service groups such as Alliance who do such great beneficial work for the community. I think until we have a formal policy in place for the waiving of fees, I think we should hold on this specific motion at this time. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? I find that I am in complete agreement. I imagine this with Councillor Jarvis, but I am. And so I'm going to call the vote. Those that are in favor of this resolution, please raise your hands. All right, there we are, and I think that's it. And I would ask the chair to come back because this is a rowdy crowd. Thank you.
Did the motion pass?
Yes, it did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper, former Chair Cooper. Okay. Where are we? Right. So now we're going to go back to our regularly scheduled programming, which is namely the consent agenda. And on the consent agenda, we have 10 items. And so, as is my usual habit, before I call the vote, does anybody want to pull anything for discussion that is on the consent agenda? Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. I'm hoping to pull the resolution tracker, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
With the matter on Leduc, I understand that there has been some pylons down. According to the resolution tracker, it states that work will commence as of September. And not having access to emails today, I would have liked to have sent a direct email to our Director of Operations. However, perhaps you can advise as to when or what the timeline looks like for that particular issue. Thank you.
Director Engel.
Through you, Mayor Coots here. The contractor is in place. We're anticipating starting either this week or next week to clear the ditches along the south side of Leduc Lane. We have, through staff, gone out there and done some minor digging and elevations and have found that what we thought through the initial engineer assessment was rock is actually a buried culvert. So that will allow us to completely open up the south side and where it crosses. And we're hopeful that if that is clear and we can completely do that and get the elevations, the next step would be to change the grade of the culvert crossing Community Center Drive and the culvert crossing Leduc Lane. And that would redirect all of the flow along the existing ditches alongside Leduc Lane as opposed to going through private property. So at a much lower cost than anticipated, we're hoping that will address the issue.
Wonderful news. Thank you very much for the update. And thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
And can I just add, Mayor Coots here, we have issued letters to all of the residents, notifying them of the first phase and letting them know what we are considering the second phase, and we will update them when we know that we can move ahead with the second phase.
Thank you. Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Worship. Similar, through our operations director on the tracker, could you comment on the slurry coat for all municipality roads?
Through you, Mayor Coots here. They are working throughout the district. We anticipate this week they will be on Lone Pine Road, and then they're gradually working their way through the rest of our areas, bouncing back between district roads and our roads. I only get a week in advance of the schedule, and right now I'm just seeing Lone Pine Road. The longer forecasted schedule, because it's such a weather-dependent activity, we get updated on a weekly basis. The seal and chip has started, and that will continue on for the next couple of weeks, and that work should be completed.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more hands, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda September 8th, 2025 as circulated. All those in favor? All right, that is carried. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, open forum. You've not whispered anything in my ear in that regard. All right, so then we're going to go to the communications from Mayor and Council. And I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek and then move from Councillor Bocek down towards Councillor Cooper in that order. So in other words, Councillor Predko will be next after Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, outside of my regular duties at district councillor and the municipality, I did attend a fundraiser, which was called the Roaring Twenties, which raised funds for two very good groups, and it was very successful. And I'd just like to congratulate Chair Lehman and the other organizers for doing such a great job in organizing this and achieving their goals for fundraising. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. This last month has been taken up with a lot of discussions with residents with regards to transitioning from bin sites to lakeside collection or going to depots and disposing of waste in those manners. There's still some concerns, I think, on the lake with disposing of their solid waste with the lakeside collection, specifically with the safety of navigating multiple boats through narrow channels and the wakes that are being caused by the boats. On top of that, we've had a number of resident concerns with regards to people shooting on Crown land up near MacTier. And that has taken up a fair amount of time talking to people and communicating with township staff as well. I think there is progress being made on that front, and we'll be talking about that later on in the agenda. And beyond that, I think the only other township meeting that I attended was the Sustainable Communities meeting, and again, always fruitful conversations there. Oh yeah, and then I can't forget the Georgian Bay General Hospital Golf benefit from the SegBay organization in August, and it was another great day that we didn't win, but we had a really good time, and I got to be the only official Georgian Bay Township representative at dinner, so it was a special time for all. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Jarvis, did you go golfing as well?
I was keen to participate, but it was being as an accomplished golfer as I am, was not picked up by any team in order to play. So understandably, probably because I do more damage to the course than otherwise. So no, I did not participate that day. So that was I'm glad that Councillor Predko was able to participate in the limited way that he can, which would have been less limited than mine. Anyway, so I'm happy.
Still limited.
Yeah, still there. For me, events for me were, well, other than looking at all the emails with regards to the garbage situation, among other things, but particularly from the group up at 12 Mile Bay. I appreciate those that have forwarded, those other councillors that have forwarded communications to me, so that I know that there is significant interest up there, and they do have a difficult situation similar to some of our inland lakes. June 16th was the Environment Day put on by the Gardasil Cottages Association. There was participation from the Biosphere Reserve, the Land Trust, and a good turnout that day out at the Davis Island. and actually we had some really nice weather. It wasn't quite as hot as it had been for other events, but it was a well attended event. Library board. Right now, something that's going on and is interesting for the library is, as we know, the Perry Sound High School has not been completed. So Perry Sound High School students have to now attend classes remotely, which is unfortunate, but the MacTier Library is able to step in and help those from the standpoint of on-site support, probably through the idea of having Wi-Fi and computers available to the students, which is great to do that. Extended seasonal hours will continue right through till Thanksgiving at the library branches. And if this is online, the MacTier Friends of the Library are hosting a celebration of literacy to wrap up their summer fundraiser on September 20th. This event at the end will feature an author talk and social evening at the MacTier Library branch. Tickets are available for purchase at the library. And everybody should be checking that library online for the link to the auction that's ongoing right now for fundraising for that specific branch. The library staff are preparing to attend the upcoming ARUPLO training that provides various sessions geared specifically towards rural libraries. That is the Rural Library Association of Ontario, and the challenges that they currently face. And I think everybody may or may not be aware that library funding for the province has not changed in something like 25 years. And it's one of those things that's a very big burden on the libraries and on the communities that support them, including ours. That's that one. And yes, the golf event. And then I had attended the funeral for Richard Robitaille. The Robitaille family, like many other families in this area, are long-term a part of the community, and Richard was there up at Cognishing Lake. That family was established up there many years ago, and Richard was a very big part of the community for many years. My family and that family had connections going back probably 3 generations, and I'm sure others have as well. So I was able to attend his funeral in Penetang. It was a very well attended event. And again, another pleasant day for that type of thing to happen. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, quite a busy month, if I may say so. Starting off, and Councilor Jarvis may have missed this as well, on the 15th, him and I both attended the SSEA open house event, which was a fantastic event. One of the interesting things that I guess I took home from that event was that they are now creating QR codes for each respective lake, and anyone approaching that lake and or any association wishing to share their information and their water quality monitoring information can scan that QR code to determine the health of the lake at that particular point of time. And I believe that they're checking or doing water quality testing quite frequently and updating that frequently as well. So quite an interesting approach to, or rather an innovative approach to distributing the information out to the masses. Followed by on the 17th, I attended the 6 Mile Lake, Gibson Lake softball tournament. I initially was there to root on 6 Mile Lake, but then very quickly got pulled into it. And we happened to win our first game, but lost, and was not only did we lose our second game, but we're with a sizable gap as well. It was a great event. It was great to be present, as well as to also attend and play with the group as well. Following that, the next weekend on the 23rd, I paddled 13 kilometers down the pool for Canoe for Cancer. It was a great event. Myself, my wife, and my daughter, who was the youngest participant this year to Canoe for Cancer, brought her little tiny paddle with her, and we brought an extra 50 pounds of weight within our canoe. Mother Nature, unfortunately, was not so kind. We had a headwind to us So we were fighting the extra weight as well as the wind itself. And lastly, on the 30th, I attended the annual Wildwood Summer Barbecue. I distributed corn again at the barbecue, and following that, I had participated in the Youth Day events there as well. Regrettably, on the 4th, I had to miss the Muskoka Housing Task Force due to a check engine light that later became a problem with my car. And as such, I was unable to attend. But it was a pretty busy and active last few weeks. And I'm hoping at one point in time I'll be recognized as one of the most active counselors within our community with regards to physical activity, because 13 kilometers, the baseball tournament, and the previous weeks of riding as well in the community, they've all been excellent events and excellent opportunities to be present and show that that we care. So that's it. That concludes my my update for the month.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I'm seeking to achieve the counselor with the most leisure time. Seriously. So I started off this past window of time attending the firearms public meeting by Zoom, not in person. And follow that, I had several conversations with hunting residents on the proposed bylaw update. Interesting, the residents, most of them that I spoke to, started off being really negative on the bylaw. And after discussion, they were, oh, well, the bylaw really needs to be more strict than it is. And so I found that an interesting evolution very quickly. Also attended a few library board meetings, lots of interesting things going on, and Councillor Jarvis has already reported on that. We're doing water sampling in Honey Harbor this time with Winand Grant. We did 38 samples. Shockingly, that took 5 hours in the sun. I discovered when I got back I was a little fried, but anyways, lots of samples. In this window of time, we had the Honey Harbor large item pickup. And I'm very pleased to say that rather than getting complaints, I actually had somebody call me and say, well done, good job. And I've shared that with our CAO. So an important event, but also very well run and managed by the township, and the community appreciates it. So thank you. In addition to the large item pickup, lots of discussions on garbage and waste in general, on people continuing to try to understand what's going to happen next and when. Had an opportunity to visit a resident regarding a bylaw complaint, and many discussions on water quality concerns. It seems that water testing gives you a bit of a focus, and then when somebody has a concern, they call you up. In addition to that, as one would expect, lots of discussions with residents about planning and committee of adjustment matters. And that's the past month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Busy summer for all of us, I'm quite sure. Just rather than go over every single event, maybe I'll just mention sort of what's specifically and sort of new, shall we say. On the 13th of August, I attended a special council meeting here that it was to deal with process improvement. And I wanted to say that that was another productive meeting, I hope, for our council and for our staff to review some of the things that we're doing and you know, try to achieve process improvement in certain areas. And I wanted to thank our mayor for chairing that and for allowing this to go forward, because I think it's hopefully productive, and we have another one coming up this week. Moving on, other things that transpired. Had a Zoom meeting with the district and the 15th. What other good things? District meeting on the 21st. No need to really mention that. It happens every month. But I did have a meeting on the 25th of August at the Ojibwe Club in Point of Barrow, which is a very lovely old hotel that's been converted into a club and on a separate island, the Ojibwe Island. And we had the Georgia Bay Advisory Council, the 2050 Georgia Bay Advisory Council. We're looking at what the future of Georgia Bay could look like in the future if we do some environmentally careful things. So I have a really highly qualified group. Maybe not so much me, but I do have a little experience. But there are a number of people being chaired by a planning lawyer, a member of our township, Neil Davis, and but also have a number of people on that committee that bring environmental credentials and planning credentials and legal credentials, and I could go on and on. But that was a very good event, and it was hosted by Tom Schoon, who's on this committee, and he happens to be a past chairman of the Georgia Bay Land Trust. We sat on the board of that together. I'm just trying to think of anybody else from many of the Georgia Bay associations, like the Georgia Bay Land Trust and Georgia Bay Biosphere. The executive directors of those organizations were there and are part of this committee. So hopefully we'll have some interesting, there's already a report, but it's just sort of an initial report, and we'll have more as we develop our plan for the future. So there we go. That's another thing that I attended. And here we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Like everyone else, of course, a busy time. August 14th, I had the pleasure of joining the Georgian Bay Land Trust as they hosted our Minister of Environment, Todd McCarthy, out on the bay. And I always love when we get people out on the bay who aren't used to being out on the bay or haven't been out on the bay for a while. But I thought that was a very important meeting. And I found Minister McCarthy a very reasonable, likable individual. So that was, I took it back. Don't worry, we didn't leave any garbage on any land trust property. But yes, that was topic of conversation there too. On the 16th, I had the pleasure of joining the Gibson Lake Cottage Association for their AGM, and appreciated their input and our discussions. Yes, waste was one of the topics. On the 17th through the 20th of August, I was in Ottawa for the AMO conference, and I found that very fruitful. And I had my second meeting with Minister McCarthy. Also had meetings with health, through the health unit with the health ministry, and numerous other meetings. I find the conference very useful for meeting a lot of people, hearing different ideas, and networking. The 21st Thursday for our district council. The district council meeting had been rescheduled because of AMO and because it was on the same day as the Seg Bay golf tournament. Unfortunately, duty called and I couldn't join that. So that was unfortunate. On the 23rd, I was with the Land Trust up at Go Home Bay for a reception, and quite enjoyed chatting with quite a few people there about the Go Home Bay perspective on our township. Following day, I went to Rama for their powwow, which is always a great pleasure. Met a fair number of people there. On the 26th, I found myself at the Discovery Center in Gavenhurst with a wildlife suppression meeting, attended by our chief and deputy chief as well. And I found it was an interesting meeting. I'm not sure exactly where it's going to head, but basically trying to talk about how changes we can make in overall policies, whether they be planning or operations or what have you, to A, reduce the odds of fighting a forest fire in this area, and B, being more effective in that fight if it comes up that we have to do that. I found it quite interesting. And later that day, I was joined by our CAO and our Director of Operations to meet the new Chief of Moose Deer Point, Chief Tracy, and we had I thought, a very good meeting there, and a very enjoyable meeting with follow-up and the things we can do together. Also, what else do I have here? Yeah, the last item I'll mention is that I was, as Councilor Graziano mentioned, I went to the Muskoka Housing Task Force 2.0 meeting, and what they've been doing is they're now doing is taking that task force, which might have 20 odd members. I'm not sure exactly. I didn't quite count them that range, but breaking them out into 3 working groups. And so we spent about an hour in our individual working groups, and I found that conversation very interesting, fruitful, and hopefully that's going to lead to more action on particular projects. And I'll end with confirming or following up, or no, let me call it agreeing with Councillor Hazelton on the number of compliments that were received with regards to the large item waste pickup. That I think it was, I happened to be there the first thing in the morning, actually before it had started, and they were already taking waste in. So, you know, and I was quite impressed with the crew, including our bylaw and officer. And ever since, I've been receiving compliments on that day from various people that it obviously worked very well, and it was a greatly appreciated event, that was run by the township. So I say thank you very much. Councilor Cooper.
I just wanted to add one quick little thing and regarding your comments and Councilor Hazelton's, because I think it's really quite nice to see, and not just nice, but wonderful to see what our township has been able to do with the solid waste program, the large object program. The solid waste program is a different matter, and it's not a reflection on our staff at all. Unfortunately, the general public don't always understand that. And I would just comment that I noted a sign at my marina that our services will be removed September 10th, not November. So I don't know what that's about. But on top of which, it's the sign said something to the effect that waste no longer acceptable here, not acceptable, and welcome. It was almost implied the residents weren't welcome either. It was pretty blunt and unpleasant, which is an exact opposite of what our councillors were hearing about the large object matter. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
You know, and I will say, just like I said a month ago, so I'm being repetitive, but of all the conversations I've had with residents over the past month, and I greatly appreciate all of them, but over 50% of the time was on one topic. Probably 75. Well, maybe only 2/3 of the time, but it's more than half the time definitely was on one topic, and that happened to be solid waste collection, or shall we say lack thereof. But before I go too far down that road, I'm going to turn it over to CEO Mariotti for your comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and thank you to Council for the positive feedback on the large item collection. There will be a report coming back to Council just to summarise how the collections went this year in terms of tonnages and costs. The other update is, as Councillor Predko has mentioned as well, is shooting on Crown land. We are in ongoing conversations with the OPP and the MNRF, and amongst us, and Hydro One, and amongst us, we are having another meeting later on this month to discuss what else we can do to maintain safety there just outside of MacTier. Staff have been busy working on budgets. So most departments have already completed their operational and capital review, and so we're right on target to have an expeditious budget process this year with council. Staff have also been busy working on the Honeybee Festival, and it's crazy to think that it's only 4 weeks away. So it's coming around. It's coming around very, very quickly. And not to mention, multiple departments are actually working on the Refresh MacTier project. So that's pretty important to us, and we want to. It'll be exciting to bring the students from the University of Toronto to come up and give us some fresh perspectives, if you like, from these smart kids. And last but not least, I think it's very important to bring council up to date on the SSEA, and that their board at their July 24th meeting, the board approved to move ahead with a third-party review of the terms of the agreement. Obviously, council has, and this is quite important as well for the budget, because we're hoping that the study will be completed by the end of October, and that could then inform council as to whether council continues to give notice to exit the agreement, or maybe reconsider based on if there is a different approach to how the fees are calculated. So I thought that was quite relevant for council to be informed on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to suggest we get into Councillor Hazelton. Yes, you may ask a question.
So I think you said that if we want to continue the cancellation notice, so we have issued the cancellation notice. Thank you.
Yeah, that was done about a year ago, roughly. Yeah,
I know.
yeah. Next on our agenda is Marine One Emergency Motor Replacement. Deputy Chief Powell. Not seeing your boss. I figure you're the spokesperson.
I am. Just 1 second here. So, good morning, Mayor and Council members. Marine One is our primary emergency response vessel in the Honey Harbor area, and it suffered a catastrophic engine failure on one of the two motors on August 17th. The motor in 9 years is 9 years old, with their Evinrudes that are discontinued at this time. But we can still get parts, but repairs are increasingly costly. So today I'm giving you 3 options today with that. So option 1 is repair the failed motor at a cost more than $20,000. This provides no guarantee of reliability and carry a high risk of further breakdowns. Option 2 is to replace both motors now under emergency replacement at a cost of about $80,000 plus installation, funded from reserves. This will provide a reliable service for the next 10 years, improving fuel efficiency, reduced emissions, and ensure constant performance. Option 3, remove Marine One from service until 2026 budget cycle with to include new motor installations for the winter of 26-27. So it'll be on its replacement cycle in our capital budget of 27, and the vessel will return to service in the summer of 27. Staff recommend option 2. While it is a higher upfront cost, it ensures long-term reliability, safety, environmental benefits. Ordering and installing the new motors now will return Marine One into service as soon as possible, keeping it available for the remainder of the season and ready for the summer of 26. In the interim, coverage will be maintained with our other township vessels. At the end of the day, this decision is about protecting lives, being fiscal responsible with taxpayer dollars, and showing leadership in environmental stewardship. Option 2 delivers all three. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through your worship, just a comment on a couple of questions. I realize that this is an important long-term asset that the township will need probably 10 years and beyond. So my first question is the make of the new engines, because you said that the Evinrudes are discontinued. I think the manufacturer itself is no longer existing. So that'd be one question. The warranties that come with these new engines, being that they're new. And another comment is we have a very large population on the islands of Georgian Bay, and this vessel basically serves the residents of the islands and the mainland on Georgian Bay. So I would support option number 2, just knowing that we're not going to be in the same situation 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. So thank you for your presentation, and that would be it.
Okay, to answer first, make. So with allowing us to do an emergency purchase will allow us to go out to 3 quotes. And then we evaluate those quotes. So right now I can't tell you what the make would be until we get our 3 quotes in. And warranty is, I'd have to do some more investigating because I don't know until we pick the manufacturer who is going to install those motors, then we would know the warranty.
Do you have an estimated date on when you may have that information? Because I think this is quite crucial, being that this vessel is used continually right up until the freeze up.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as we get going in the spring, it's back in the water again. So I would kind of like some answers on those 2 questions as soon as possible. And perhaps you could bring that back to council as soon as possible.
Yes, if that's council's will, we can supplement it with a report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just a couple of questions on the financials. In the report highlights, you're discussing how this would be scheduled for replacement in the end of the 2026 season. And then in the financial considerations later down, you're talking about the fact that there's money for Marine One in the 2027 capital budget. So are you saying that at the end of the 2026, you'd use the 2027 capital budget money in the off season to do the replacement? As a this was the original plan, I guess. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, the original plan. So capital budget spoke to replacing the motors and electronics for 2027. So we were going to ask in 26 to start the process so that we pay the bill in 27 as planned. But now with the engine failure, we're asking to move the reserve money forward so we can purchase them now.
Okay, and then, yeah, and then I guess the follow-up question to that is the reserve is fully funded. We're not taking money from another reserve. This is something that's in the capital reserves for this project. And then will you then also want to use the other money for the electronics, or is that something you will continue to postpone until 2027?
Yes, we would continue postponing the electronic part of it till 2027 and use the remaining.
And this reserve is fully funded?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Predko, that's correct. The reserve, it would be fully funded through reserves. Initially, it was set aside as a 2027 capital budget item, which would have been funded by taxation at that time. By moving it up, we are utilizing reserves, but in 2027, we'd be replenishing that reserve through taxpayers' dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you for that report. And just wanted to ask a couple of questions. First is, there's 2 engines. as I understand it. And what horsepower are they?
They're 250 horsepower.
250, is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay, and they're four-stroke?
No, they're two-stroke, sir.
Are you planning to move over to four strokes or?
That's correct. I think that's the only option, talking to some suppliers.
So have you, a couple of other quick questions. Is there any trade-in value for the engine that's not broken?
Unfortunately, they're Evinrudes, so nobody really wants to touch them. So we'll have to sell them privately,
Sure.
probably through Gov Mills.
Okay, or could we use it on another vessel?
No, because the motor is the good motor is the reverse motor, so it's spun differently. If you a set of twin motors, there's one spins, it's counter rotated, I should say.
So you can't operate that at all then?
No,
The engine won't work
that's correct.
for anybody, anywhere. You're talking about a dual application or a single application?
So a single application, the motor will be spinning in the good motor will be spinning in the counter rotation. So it doesn't work very good unless you're assisted by the other motor.
Oh.
But putting it on Gov Deals, somebody may want to purchase those motors, repair them. I don't know.
Okay.
If they may want to spend that.
A couple of other quick questions. So what would stop us from having a single engine? And the reason I asked the question is I noticed that Mercury just came out with a 425 horsepower single engine. Is there any reason that we couldn't go with one engine of higher horsepower to achieve more or less the same result?
I was, so yes and no. We would have to go over the boat again and with an engineer, obviously, from Stanley to confirm that that would work. So we had to have to re-engineer it. And then I don't know if you're going to be saving any more money on that single engine. But at the moment, we're trying to do like for like, other than it'd be a different manufacturer, so that we can keep the boat.
So might I just suggest that it be a part of your consideration, that you take a look at that at the very least, because there is an engine available these days that could probably cover off most of the horsepower required. You'd have one, if it failed at some time in the future, it'd be replacing one, not two. So I just wanted to point that out and just point out also that I think that this vessel is very important, and particularly, I would say, from an emergency services perspective, as opposed to a fireboat per se, especially as you get further up the shore. By the time you get to that fire, it's the building's down. I understand on forests, it's important to have that vessel, but I think from an emergency perspective, where there's an accident or there's somebody has heart trouble or whatever, to be there and available to our community is very important. So I would certainly support making sure we have this vessel operational when the ice is out. Thank you.
Can I just, one of the safety factors with the two motors though, because the boat was out past Go Home River, we were able to get the vessel back with the two motors. So if we go down to a single motor, that safety factor goes away. So that's why we're trying to stick to the two motors.
Not to counteract so much, but just to say there are ways around that, including having a small auxiliary engine that can drive you to a certain extent and not have two large engines running. That's all. Think about it. Thank you.
I'm just hoping with a small auxiliary engine, you're not the passenger. They're trying to get to the ambulance as quickly as possible. But you're
not going to be on a plane with any engine if you only have one. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Maybe we should be considering 3 down the road too. 3. Anyway, I'm sure the RFP process will clear that up for us. My only question is with regards to the approximate cost of $80,000 for the motor, but that does not. There are other costs associated with getting those two motors. Do we know approximately how much more we'd be paying over and above the cost of the motors themselves for installation and all that stuff?
You know they're going out for quotes.
Yeah. Is the 80, well, the 80,000 I gathered was not covering, that's just covering the purchase. It doesn't cover
It covers the
installation.
purchase of the motors and then plus rigging and labor.
So that would be included in the RFP process would include all that.
It'll be on top, roughly on top of the 80,000. Because we just went out to get a price, so now we can officially, once you give us the go ahead,
Yeah.
we can officially, rein all that in.
Right. And what I'm getting at is likely we will be paying more than $80,000.
Yep.
But yeah, 10% more, 10.
Possibly.
Okay. Just something we've got to keep in mind. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. A question to staff. Option 1 is to repair the damaged motor at a cost in excess of $20,000. Do we have quotes on this yet?
Yes, we have a rough quote from the boat club. They pulled the head off the engine and one of the pistons is seized in the cylinder. So it's a rough quote until they actually tear the engine down to get a better quote. But that's why we're coming here forward to give you guys the option.
Is the boat club the only marine mechanic that we use as a municipality, or are there others within our community that also offer a similar service that we have endeavored to use in the past?
No one that's an Evinrude dealer, was a Evinrude dealer was the boat club in the area. I'd have to do some more research. But
sorry, please go ahead.
Just if we have to trailer it out of the community, that's going to be a cost because it's a wide load. So there's going to be that cost taking it to another marina.
And that's fair. I can understand that there could be a cost associated with it. Do we not have a trailer for this boat? Forgive me, I'm not familiar with whether we do or we don't.
No, there's no trailer for this boat because it sits in the water the whole time. Plus, we would need a fairly large truck to haul it.
Given the amount of time that we have and the cost associated with the repair, I'm wondering whether it wouldn't make sense to just repair it. I understand the benefit of redundancy with respect to having two motors and potentially relying on one if in the event that there's another failure that occurs. But we're being asked for an $80,000 plus cost. In addition to that, I'm assuming it's going to be a sole source contract. We're not going to go out to tender for this. And if that's the case, based on my understanding, why wouldn't we consider the 20K repair? We are at end of season. We have all the time in the world to repair this. We could potentially be on the under side of 20K rather than over. We could also go slightly over. But this was slated for the end of 2026, so we really only have effectively one more season on it before we endeavor to replace it with new, and at which point perhaps that would give staff the ability to do some further due diligence on a one motor versus two, with a kicker potentially, or any other of the alternatives, or even potential options for that. I like the 20,000 or sub price tag versus the close to what I'm going to assume is going to get close to $100,000 with the extras, because it says plus installation and rigging here. Having just gone through this myself, installation and rigging is not cheap. And as such, I'm probably going to put this at close to 100 grand. So my own thoughts and my assumptions. So for me, at this time, I would advocate for the repair. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one correction. The staff did report, part of their report did state that they're going out for 3 quotes. So it won't be a single source.
Thank you.
Chief Van Dam trying to put his hand up and down,
Oh,
It's down now.
Chief Undum, did you want to add any additional comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of information to you. The reason why there's two motors on the boat is to add stability when we're pumping water from the boat, is one of the reasons. With that, in some rougher waters, I'm not the boat expert, but I've been advised by several of our most senior operators. They said it helps with stability of the boat, which is a big concern for me with the safety of our staff. The other piece that I really wanted to make sure is that we're not going out for single source. We're going out for 3 quotes for the purpose of, and why we can't give you a firm price on the installation of the motors, because if we find that that the boat needs to go to Midland to have the motors replaced, then we've got float charges and everything like that. If the boat is done at Honey Harbor, it's just a matter of them pulling the boat into the shop. So all of those things will be brought through the process where we get our 3 quotes and look what's at our best option for the municipality. I will give you some additional information that we have been experiencing trouble with these 2 Everroot motors for the last couple years. This boat has been in and out of service because of the motors, and it's taking a fairly significant time to diagnose the problem. It's the boat club has brought in outside mechanics to even try to assist us with this. And then from what we understand, there is significant problems with these motors, and that's why they're, I guess, no longer in service.
Thank you. Councillor Hayleton, do you have some comments?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to offer my comments on priorities here. First of all, thank you for your report. I do like the statement that you've got at the bottom of option 2, which is staff have considered the fact that you could put another marine vessel in to maintain coverage. I think that's important. It's September 8th today. If you're going to go through an RFP process, I don't know if the formalities of the township would allow you to compress that into a tidy time frame. If you're going to put 2 motors on it, you're going to have a delayed time frame to get it. I can't imagine in my wildest dreams this thing being in the water by November 1st. Maybe middle of October, but the season's over at the end of October. Most boats have to get yanked out of the water. I don't know what our insurance policies say here at the township, but mine say that my boat has to be out of the water on November 1st or thereabouts before the ice kicks in. So from my perspective, I see that you have a plan in place to backfill the lack of a boat. That's excellent. I would prefer that you take the time to do the right thing, get the right motors, get the thing installed over the more relaxed time period and have it in the water at the beginning of the 2026 season. And the way I'm interpreting all of this is the money's already there in the 2027 budget, and all we're doing is sliding it forward for 2026. And that would be my recommendation, is that we do not even think about repairing them, and that we don't trick ourselves into thinking we're going to get this thing done in a reasonable time for service this year. So let's pause, take advantage of your already existing plan to maintain coverage, and do this thing right over the winter. Thank you.
Thank you. It's amazing how much discussion, how much detail we can get into this, and I believe that staff have this well in hand. I think it would be putting good money after bad, personally, to repair the existing motor, given the history, given the fact that we only expect one more life. And by the way, the cost of that repair is roughly 50% the cost of a new motor, a new, better motor. If you're quoting 80 for two, you're suggesting 40 for one, and we're going to spend $20,000 on a motor that we would want to get another year's out of, and who knows when the other one's going to go. To me, option one is not long-term wise. The idea of removing Marine One from service next summer to me is just foolish. If we can remove it for service from a summer, then we can remove it for service for the rest of our lives. And I don't think that's what our taxpayers want. They want a decent boat out on the bay available when it is needed. And in one sense, the less it's needed, the better, but we know it gets well used. And I think that it makes perfect sense to therefore go for option two, which is basically, in my mind, simply a cash flow. We're going to spend this 80 or 100 grand in 18 months from now anyway. We're just doing it a little bit earlier because of circumstances forced us. It's not like it's going to increase the taxes on our residents because we're already taxing them every year a little bit to build up the money for this. It's just it's a timing thing. And in my mind, the getting that boat rigged with decent, good engines that hopefully we will get a decade out of in the future, and doing it a year earlier than we otherwise would have. Just, I'm sorry, in my mind, it's a no-brainer. I think I heard that phrase earlier today. Maybe it's not the politically correct phrase, but to me, option two is the logical choice out of the bunch. All right. I see a bunch of hands going up. Councilor Graziano, is that the first hand or a second hand?
Sorry, Your Worship, that's my first hand staying up. I'll lower it. There we go.
Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Bocek, please.
I'll be very brief. I just wanted to add to the suggestion I made about a single screw engine. And that is that if you take a look at all the commercial vessels that are similar to this, they're not all exactly the same, but if you look at the commercial vessels, aside from those that are pushing barges, almost every one of them is a single engine. So they're reliable, they're out there all the time to the very top of the bay. So there's single screw engines can work and could work in this particular case because of the now available horsepower that could do the job. I just want to encourage that we at least think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bocek.
Yeah, I'll be quick on this too, through you, Mayor. Chad, has there been any thought of you sending a representative down to the spring boat show and speaking to the manufacturers and see if there's discounts for fire departments, other government agencies? I think there probably would be, and I think it'd be worth the trip down and just ask the manufacturers if that's a possibility.
We've already looked into that, and we're being told there is a government discount.
Thank you.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And with respect to the repair question or the new, while I can appreciate that the repair would be half the cost of a new motor, that's not inclusive of the rigging as well as the installation. And so it's not necessarily an accurate reflection by total cost assumed for the single engine. Secondly, again, per council's comments here today, I think the main and the most important consideration here is going to be the safety of our community members. Whether that comes by way of a repair, which inevitably leads into a replacement, or whether that comes by way of a full-on replacement and replacing sooner than expected, it's not necessarily relevant. I'm going to suggest, and this is something that again I'm not sure whether staff had endeavored to inquire on. I was fortunate enough to have to go through a motor replacement this year. And as such, I was lucky enough to be able to get a 7-year warranty on my motor versus the standard 3-year warranty that we're being offered. I'm not sure whether these incentives are out there and whether they apply given the context and the application in which these motors are going to be used. And if they are or can be applied in a commercial setting as well as similar to that of my everyday personal use. But I would almost endeavor to suggest that if we are going to go new, that we try to really leverage the fact that the economy is somewhat soft. And there are incentives out there to stimulate purchases. Maybe our staff can speak to that. Perhaps they haven't endeavored to inquire yet. But as Councillor Bocek had advised, there are opportunities where I think staff can really get a good deal. Suffice it that they dig a little deeper than just the standard or the usual suspects that we work with. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I've heard more from council. I've heard more leaning in the direction of option 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the motion and read option 2. If that fails, then I will read the other options. And if it passes, then we'll just carry on. So I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with option 2, the emergency replacement of both motors at a cost of approximately $80,000 plus installation rigging. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have at least 5 hands in favor, so that carries. Thank you very much. And I'm going to suggest that we take a break. It's now 11:06, and let's get back together again at 11:15, please. All right. Back in action. And next on our list is Climate Adaptation Plan. And, okay, I'm pushing the wrong thing here. Come on. Why isn't I apologize to everybody. I'm trying to make my thing work here. All right, well, I'm going to ignore it for there. Oh, wait, I know. We'll go here. Yeah. I apologize to everybody for my technical inadequacies. So we have a report, and Ms. Schneier. Do I see Ms. Schneier? Okay, well, let's go to the next report while we look for her, because I do see Ms. Waslenko, who I think wants to talk insurance. So let's do insurance, please.
Good morning, Mayor Kutzir, members of council. This report to provide council with a summary of the renewal for the municipal insurance program for the 2025 to 2026 term. In June, finance staff, in conjunction with other departments, updated and returned the renewal applications, including a property schedule, vehicle listing, cyber application, a municipal official accident benefit application, a general liability application, and a marine policy application. Based on the quote, increases and decreases result from increased cost of claim settlements for Ontario municipalities in general, inflationary pressures, rate changes, and total insured values increasing. The township's current municipal insurance program is set to expire on September 29th, 2025. Following negotiations, BFL Canada has provided a renewal quote totaling $488,640 plus applicable taxes. This represents an $18,007 increase over the 2024-2025 premium. The underwriter has agreed to issue a premium return of $12,083 plus applicable taxes if the 3 older fire trucks are sold and removed from the insurance listing by October 15, 2025. At this time, 2 of the tankers have been successfully sold through GovDeals. This would lower the owned automobile insurance increase from $13,774 to $1,691 plus applicable taxes, and reduce the total insurance increase to $5,924 plus applicable taxes, so going from 3.83% to 1.26%. Staff is seeking council's approval of the renewal terms for the insurance and risk management services provided by BFL for a 1-year term commencing September 30th, 2025. Staff is also seeking council's direction to proceed with the sale of the 3 older fire trucks to be completed no later than October 15th, 2025. And following the sale, staff submit a request to BFL Canada for a return in the amount of $12,083. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Just quick clarification before I turn over to council. But you said 2 out of those 3 trucks have already been sold?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're 2/3 of the way there on that particular element. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Predko, please.
Yep, thank you. And just a very quick question with the sale of the pumpers and the one remaining. Are those funds used to go back into reserve for future purchase?
Through you, Mayor Kutzir, to Councillor Pretko, that's correct. Any sale of equipment directly goes back to the reserve to replenish and for any future purchases.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any difficulties with the insurance though. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I apologize if I was yawning because that's the most boring thing to me that's possible. We really don't have a choice here. This is the facts, and if we want to be insured, this is going to be the cost. Am I correct?
Through you, Mayor Kutzir, to Councillor Bocek. There are not many players in the field when it comes to municipal insurance. And I'm not sure if you may recall, back in May, we did come to council with a closed session report requesting a 0 to a 1% increase for the 2025-2026 year, and to continue with BFL. Currently, they have come back with a 1.26% increase. That's excluding the sale. So we are close. We would have hoped it would have been under the 1%, but I don't believe that there was much more that they could do based on the value of our assets. So our insurance does change in terms of when we do renew our assets as well. So the value of our assets. So you will see increases as a result of that as well. But the idea was a very minimal increase. We've had a great working relationship with BFL for a number of years now. So I do believe it's a fair increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and that barely covers the cost of inflation, that increase. So I'm quite satisfied with it, and I would support it. Thank you.
I'm just going to say, if council chose not to be insured, I'd immediately resign. There's no way I would sit in this chair without insurance. Okay, where am I? Councilor Predko, please. Sorry. So Councilor Cooper. This system moves things around. Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Later. I'll go to the side. Two other questions. Well, it may be boring. We are talking about so I have some questions around going to insurance. That's where I have questions. Yes, so I have some questions around the $500,000 a year. And are there any municipalities in Ontario that you're aware of that self-insure? Like the larger cities like Toronto and so on? I think they do, but I just wanted to find out.
Through Mayor Couture to Councillor Cooper. There are many municipalities, more so regions, that do have a self-insurance program. It was something we looked into when the county started theirs last year. And we did go to the district, myself as well as the CAO did request that the district look into it for district municipalities as a whole. I also did reach out to the controller of the county specifically to request if we could be included. Unfortunately, they were not willing to include external county municipalities in the first 5 years. They want to see how the program goes. So hopefully in the future, it is something we would be interested in if they do wish to expand. I don't believe the district is. I don't believe it's a priority at the moment for the district to self-insure, and us as a smaller municipality, I don't believe it would be beneficial on our own.
I understand that, but there are circumstances where where a district, in this case, is doing it. Actually, is that correct? The District of Muskoka is doing it now, or no, they're not doing it, but they're going to consider it over the next 5 years, or not at all, or.
Through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Cooper, I think I would urge them to consider it in 5 years, or I would request that the Township of Georgian Bay request the county to add other municipalities outside their boundaries.
What county? You're talking about the district, not the county.
The county of Simcoe is currently self-insuring their 18 municipalities.
County.
Yes.
But we're not part of it.
Correct.
So you're wondering if we could become part of their program?
Yes, I did recently try, and unfortunately they were not accepting any outside boundary municipalities at the time.
Do we have any way of influencing that?
I don't believe so currently. I believe they've done their feasibility study with the municipalities in the county of Simcoe, and in order to add us at the moment, I believe we may be at a disadvantage because we'd want them to fully review what we currently have as our assets and to bring us on board. So I believe they want to try it out for 5 years before they're willing to let anyone else in.
All right, but maybe we need to think about some discussions with the most senior folks there and wouldn't even hurt to consider amalgamation with them instead of where we are as a point. But self-insurance would be one aspect. I have a couple of other quick questions, and that is that if we look at this $500,000 more or less a year, what are our claims for the last 5 years? Do we know that?
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Cooper, we did present in 2024 where Robin McKelliff did come in closed session and provide a loss claim history for the last 10 years. We could provide an update to that, but I believe we do provide on a monthly basis what our current outstanding claims are in terms of our legal listings. But we have had a few significant claims, which are impacting our current rates as well.
But would they be greater than or less than if over 10 years we paid 500,000, that'd be 5 million. So what have our claims been? I just think it's worthy of noting what the claims are relative to our insurance fees. But do you have that information?
I can definitely provide that to.
I think that would be helpful
absolutely.
because I think it is a way of looking at insurance. The final thing I would ask is, have you given any consideration to bringing in a risk management expert to advise us on how to reduce our fees, et cetera? Because there are things you can do from a risk management perspective. Have we done anything about that?
That's a great question. Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Cooper, we actually met last week with the risk management officer from BFL. She came down and we did a tour of our facilities and our parks, our parking lots as well. And she is now taking a look at all of our existing signage. We're taking a look at our policies, any standard operating procedures that we have to ensure that we are covered if and when a claim does arise. But yeah, she spent the entire day touring with myself, Director of Ops, bylaw as well. And it was a really informative day in terms of walking through our township to ensure that we are safeguarded against any potential risks.
In light of the discussion we're going to have on Wednesday about utilizing talent within our district, was this somebody that's a resident in our township?
No, through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Cooper. No, this individual works directly with BFL. It's a service provided as part of what we pay. What that half a million takes into consideration is we do receive free services for risk management.
So we do have an expert in our community from MacTier, just for your information. And this would be somebody that wasn't tied to GFL or whatever that those letters are. But I just think it's worthy of noting. I'd be happy to explain to you who that person is. It's,
no, absolutely. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Very highly qualified consultant. And it's not a bad idea to try and take advantage of the people that work in or live, I should say, in our community. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, through the mayor. Quick question, just an observation, actually. In light of the fact that newer assets tend to require higher coverage from an insurance standpoint, can we not in the future, when considering the purchase of assets, when you come to council requesting money, can we include the possible increase in insurance costs as part of the cost of the purchase, so we have a better idea of what the overall cost of a purchase of a new capital asset would be for us?
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Jarvis. Since we only renew our insurance once a year, it's not an immediate increase. They don't take into consideration, we advise of our new assets, but there's no increase until the following year.
I understand that. I mean, ultimately, as soon as there's a review, whatever we've purchased, anything that's new from one renewal to the next is going to incur an increase in our insurance costs, correct? Conceivably.
Absolutely.
I think it's just something we've got to consider going down the road, and I request we do that. But it does. One other question came up as a result of question from Councillor Cooper. We've looked at the county as possible another source for self-funding, self-insuring. Have we talked to any other communities, Midland, Penetang, any of the, whether they're part of the county or not? Okay. Just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the things we have to reflect upon is that we have a $500,000 insurance premium, significantly because of liability and the fact that our provincial government refuses to acknowledge the fact that when anything happens in your municipality, as long as the municipality is named as one of the co-defendants, they end up footing far too much of the bill. And that's an unfortunate factor where, to me, I believe a part of our premium is being paid because we don't have the proper legislation in place to protect municipalities from being co-named and defending things. And even if we're only 1% guilty, we might end up footing 100% of the bill because somebody else conveniently could declare bankruptcy, which we can't do. That's, you know, and the other comment I want to make is that we know that there have been in the past claims made against us that have not yet been resolved. So to determine how much we've actually had, our insurance companies had to pay out on our behalf on claims is in part a guessing game because of the unresolved matters. And the third comment I'm going to make is one of the ways to reduce our premium would be to reduce our assets. And I'm not suggesting that we do that or discuss that today, but if, you know, if we had half the buildings we have now, our building insurance would go down. And I say, I'm not suggesting we do that, but the premium in part is a reflection of all the things that the township has and does for our community. And I think that it's sad that we have to have insurance premiums as high as we do, but I say I wouldn't want to be a council member or a staff member if we didn't have insurance of one form or another. And yes, a portion can certainly be self-insured, but we have to weigh the balance and the risk of all that. I'm going to read the motion, and it's moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the report regarding the insurance policy renewal 2025/2026 be received, and that the 2025/2026 renewal terms for insurance and risk management services provided by BFL Canada for 1-year term commencing September 30th, 2025, and based on a total insurance premium of $488,640 plus applicable taxes be accepted. And the council directs staff to proceed with the sale of 3 pumper tankers to be completed no later than October 15th, 2025, and that upon removal of the 3 pumper tankers from the insurance policy, council directs staff to submit a request to BFL Canada for a return in the amount of $12,083. All those in favor? And I got lots of hands. So that has carried. Thank you. Let's now go to item D, Climate Adaptation Plan from the Sustainable Echo Chamber. Ms. Schneier, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do apologize for not being back right at 11:15. I present this report to you as a quick up-and-coming opportunity that has been presented to us. It is to renew our climate adaptation plan. And what is relevant about this particular plan, Your Worship, is that this is more the actions that occur in the environment or are supported within the environment. So when we look at the adaptation program, it's about encouraging people to get more involved with the seedling program, planting gardens, as well as looking at more of a fulsome opportunity to be able to identify some risks, and be able to make a healthy impact on climate change. I know that it has been already noted this morning that a notice has been provided to SSE, or Sustainable Severn Sound, with respect to the actions and activities that are participating in the township. This is a little bit different than what I think is originally in the plan to remove from SSEA, as this has nothing to do with water quality or any type of adaptation with respect to water, but it would be a continuation of what already occurs with SSEA in terms of climate adaptation, especially with respect to the 9 Muskoka municipalities and the remaining 5 other, counties and municipalities in Simcoe County, and then the 5 municipalities in Muskoka. When we have an adaptation plan, it allows us to sort of put our foot in the ground as to what it is we have been doing. If we look back at the past, even things like depaving the MacTier, the park in Honey Harbor, or are participating in making sure that we're active with our community gardens, and then other initiatives like most recently putting up the catch basins for fishing line, are all matters of adaptation that don't have anything necessarily to do with traditional environmental water quality. When we look at adaptation and creating a plan, it allows us to be able to use that plan as a backbone to get further funding to be able to offset the costs of associated adaptation that could occur in the next 5 to 7 years.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions for Ms. Schneier? Well, I'm going to ask at least a couple. One is, and I apologize if I missed it, but the source of the $70,000 potential funding.
Your Worship, it's through FCM.
Okay.
Canadian municipalities.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just a comment, Ms. Schneier, the report and background. I'm just curious. It says here, we see day-to-day impacts of climate change on in our beaches. Probably 1% of our township has beaches. The rest of it's Canadian Shield. What does that mean? I don't understand.
Through your Worship, we're just talking about blue-green algae that occurs in our beach areas. It was an addition to the report. Perhaps our Director of Operations can speak to it. But I know that when we talk about Stewart Lake Beach, we talk about the blue-green algae that occurs there.
At our waterfronts.
I would direct the attention to the Director of Operations.
Ms. Engel.
Through you, Mayor Coots here. Through the health unit, our beaches are monitored. There's sampling done on a monthly basis, and then they provide us an update on whether or not we need to close the beaches. This is strictly through the health unit, and they publish it on their website. They will direct us if we need to put signage up to close the beach, either because of high contaminants or blue-green algae.
Might I suggest that we speak to the health unit, because we have children swimming all sorts of places, including where there aren't beaches. That's a lot of our shoreline. Most of our shoreline is Canadian Shield. So I think we're maybe missing the boat there, but that's sort of an aside. I found it kind of astonishing comment, given that this is basically Canadian Shield. We're not in South Georgian Bay, which is certainly sedimentary. Most of our area is Eastern Georgian Bay, which is Canadian Shield. But moving on, I have some difficulty with allocating $10,000 for this when we've already identified that there's some issues with the activities of SSEA, and this is sort of associated with it, as I understand it. So I do have some difficulties, and even with the amount, given that probably 1/8 of our waterfront is on Severn Sound. Just do a quick sort of look at our waterfronts, the massive amount of waterfront we have. The town of Midland, or which is the town? Is it Tiny or Tay over here? Tay Township. All its waterfront is on Severn Sound. Midland, Penetang, all of the waterfront. Ours, maybe 1/8. So as far as I'm concerned, we should, if we gave anything, it should, or propose to give something to support this, I suggest it should be 1/8 of it, 1/8 of 10,000, and not 10,000. So much lower number, maybe $1,500. Thank you.
Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Cooper, I think that's a very good point that you raise, and I think that when we look at the adaptation going forward, we need to be very mindful of those realities. And so you have my confidence and assurance that we will address waterfront, not necessarily associated to sand, but also the Canadian Shield. The report does talk about up to $10,000, but it is my intention to get the fulsome amount because of there are some criteria that will be in the adaptation funding model that we feel that we're able to meet. So we're hoping for 0% funding. This is just just in case.
May I follow up? I would suggest that when we're really talking about $1,500 or $2,000, then I don't know why we need 10,000 here. That's not a number I can support, given all the other commentary we've had around the services that we receive from Severn Sound. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to actually respond to that in the sense that we know that this is a continuation of a project that was initiated by Sustainable Severn Sound, was it a decade ago or something? Certainly before my time sitting here. And what is interesting about this particular project, which is different than some of the other sustainable, Sustainable Severn, let me do that. The SSEA, Severn Sound Environmental, is that this particular project was for the entire township. The climate adaptation plans and analysis was for our entire township, not just the waterfront areas that were within Severn Sound. And I think that given that aspect of it, I believe that I have no issue with this going forward because I think it's a good program. I think it's, and we get excellent leverage for making this application for funding from FCM. And as we heard from Director Schneier, her ambition is to actually make this cost us nothing. But if we allocate up to 10,000, that allows her to go ahead and try to get this program moving forward, which I think is an excellent idea. But I think, Councillor Cooper, you do raise an interesting point in that water quality. Even though this report is not about water quality, the water quality is an issue all around our township, and the district health unit, they only monitor public beaches across their range. They don't monitor private. They don't monitor the water quality generally. They do it for private beaches, and once they get the E. coli count above 200 consistently, or they get blue-green algae or other things, then they may issue a warning saying you may not want to swim here. But they don't provide that service for the rest of us who don't go to a public beach. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I've heard a lot of conversation here about SSEA, and perhaps I should step away because Councillor Graziano is our representative. I sit on the board of SSEA, and there's been quite a bit of talk about it. So I think I should recuse myself and stay out of the voting part of this.
But the motion in front of us is not about Severn Sound.
Okay, that's fine then. Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that staff be directed to allocate $10,000 from the Working Reserve Fund to support the application of up to $70,000 to prepare an adaptation plan, capacity building initiatives, or a community-wide risk and vulnerability assessment, and that the climate adaptation plan be included in the 2026 budget. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 votes in favor. That is carried. Thank you. Let's talk prudent investor standard. Ms. Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, through you to members of council. At the June 2nd, 2025 meeting of council, staff were directed to work towards adopting the prudent investment standard. The purpose of this report is to seek council approval of the One Joint Investment Board policy and bylaw, following the township being approved by the township being approved as a participating municipality by the One Joint Investment Board. This is the first step in allowing the Township of Georgian Bay to access the prudent investment standard and for investing purposes. It also will provide a greater investment diversification portfolio, since the municipality would no longer be required to invest only in prescribed investments under the legal list regime. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And the one comment I will make about the one investment and all that, I'm so glad that we go to electronic reports versus paper, because the amount of paper, or no, the amount of electronic pages that they produce over the, and this is based on my district experience, is overwhelming. So I'm glad we don't have to hit the print button 10 times each time they file a report. I don't, maybe a bit of a, anyway. With that, I'm going to go to Councillor Jarvis.
Quick question and a bit facetious, but the high interest savings account will not include President Trump's new Bitcoin investment opportunity?
Through you, Mayor Kutsir, to Councillor Jarvis. No, that does not include Bitcoin. I believe that's a high risk investment, so that is not something that we would be investing in.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor Predko, any other investment opportunity you'd like to follow up on?
I've got a hot stock tip, but actually my question is really just around the longer term. If we adopt the practice, how's that going to affect our long-term forecast for cash? And I don't know if that has been factored in, because I do believe you were looking at a smaller return but lower risk with the investment board, and just wanted to make sure we're covered in terms of our reserves, especially capital for the long term.
Through you, Mayor Kutsir, to Councillor Pretko, that's one of the key factors that I am required to look at on an annual basis. I am required to prepare an analysis on our long-term and short-term capital priorities and provide to the One Investment Board an allocation of monies not required immediately. So that's where we are currently outlining our 10-year capital plan that is looking to come to for budget purposes. And based on that, we are also currently analyzing our cash flows to ensure what we do put aside is not going to be required immediately. And once again, we do review that annually with the One Investment Board, and we can increase it or decrease it based on our needs.
Okay, thank you. And then one last follow-up, and I think we've talked about this previously, but even if we participate in the One Investment Board, you can still maintain some investments outside of that within your own purview.
Through you, Mayor Kutsir, to Councillor Pretko, that's exactly what I do plan on doing. I would like to have funds exist in the high interest savings account as well as our equity portfolio, and then move some funds over into the new One Investment standard. So looking at 3 portfolios pretty much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the report regarding adoption of the prudent investor standard and agreement with One JIB be received, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the One Joint Investment Board agreement, One JIB agreement, following One JIB approving the Township of Georgian Bay as a participating municipality of One JIB, and that the One JIB bylaw be brought forward for adoption following the execution of the agreement with One JIB, and that the investment policy be approved with the same effective date as the bylaw above, and that staff update any reference in the policy to reflect the prudent investor standard effective date, and that the treasurer be authorized to complete all required documentation to give effect to this approval, including but not limited to the client questionnaire. All those in favor? And I got lots of hands. That is carried. Thank you. All right. And now on to our new business items. And the first one is safety on MacTier trails in Crown Land, and that's Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. This motion is really in response to the concerns in the north end of our township, where we have had over the past 2 to 3 years groups of individuals who have discharged firearms in what the residents are concerned is an unsafe manner, and there has been concern for public property and personal safety. Earlier this year, these activities have escalated, and they have been reported both to the MNRF as well as the OPP for action. But there's also been concerns from our communities that they still don't feel safe out on the trails, whether it's an ATV trail, a snowmobile trail, or a hiking trail, and they are uncomfortable taking their families and pets out for activities on these trails. So I am asking through this motion for council to agree that we would like to have the OPP as well as the MNRF come in to give a deputation or a delegation to highlight the steps that they are taking to increase and improve the overall safety and management of our back trails, and curtailing illegal activities, which could include discharging firearms unsafely and unlicensed firearms. We have historically had the OPP detachments come and do delegations with their quarterly and annual statistics. But looking back at our agendas for the last couple of years, the Bracebridge detachment hasn't come to visit our council since December of 2023, and the South Georgian Bay detachment hasn't been here since April of 2024. So we are, I think, in a position where we would like an update, regardless of the safety concerns in the north end of the township. But it would be nice to have OPP in particular come in and explain what steps they are taking in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. In part response, I think what's happening with the OPP, because they're switching to this provincially mandated detachment boards, is I think some of their communication in the future will be going through those boards, and then we should be distributing that to council. But it's very different than them appearing in front of us. I agree, and I think part of the challenge we had before was they would appear in front of us and give us all sorts of stats, of which a handful we were interested in. The rest was just, yeah, well, or you could call it sales pitch. And I say that with all due respect, because many a person comes here, many an officer came here and wants to present information to us and discuss, but they're given a whole package to do it with. I'm going to go to Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through your worship, I fully support accountability, whether it's the OPP or any other body for that matter. The only question that I have is what information they'd be at liberty to provide us during an active investigation. As we've come to see with our bylaw, very few times do they endeavor to provide any detail for that during an active investigation. And so, again, I would assume that perhaps there'd be parallels drawn. And while I would absolutely welcome them coming forward and providing whatever information they can, I personally feel that perhaps it would be limited, and may not be as elaborative as we are hoping, or as detailed as we're hoping. And whether the community may misconceive that message, or assume that OPP is not doing enough, I would caution council and perhaps trying to find a way that the OPP and the community can work together, and that the OPP can provide us details to the best of their availability, but ensuring that the community is aware that that's really all they can provide at this time, do the active and open investigation. So that's the only concern I have, but I do fully support this 100%. I think that getting them in front of us, even to start talking about what they're doing for patrols on or within our communities as well, and how they intend on mitigating this going forward once the investigation concludes, may all be beneficial. So I fully support this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. We're not going to talk here about what I've witnessed up there, but more to the fact that I think we should have a delegation, as was said by my fellow councillor here, but not from a bureaucrat from a point of the OPP, but hold accountable the commander of local detachment in Bracebridge. I think his name is Wade Beatty. Have him come in, have him come in, perhaps have the MNRF come in, and local organizations. And why I say this is, last week I phoned the Bracebridge detachment about the goings on in MacTier, and I got a dispatcher somewhere, I don't know, in Toronto or Barrie, wherever it was, not even near to the area. And the response was, we'll have somebody come by and check it. I drove up there and nobody came by and checked it. So our direct communication with Bracebridge detachment is not there. And that's something I'm worried about and I'd like to have addressed. Not necessarily what's going on up there, because there is an active investigation, but the tiered response to what is happening up there and get some real answers is what I'm concerned with.
And that would be one of the advantages of having somebody in front of us. We could ask those questions directly to them. CEO Mariotti, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I just want to clarify for Councillor Bocek's benefit and to update Council. Detachment Commander Wade Beebe has been in touch on a regular basis at an administration level as we work through this. And so I still agree that it's a good idea to bring the OPP and the MNRF here in front of Council to give Council an update. However, when possible, the OPP have been in touch with staff to update us, because I also know that our bylaw department is in constant contact with both the MNRF and the OPP. So last weekend, I am aware that the OPP was there on the weekend doing patrolling. And as well as the week before that, they've actually started to do tandem patrols together with the MNRF to monitor the location. So I just want to reassure Council that there is ongoing feedback whenever they can provide that. There is ongoing feedback to staff.
Thank you. And I just want to add that in my communications with them, if anybody's watching this, I encourage you, if you're aware of anything going on or anything that went on recently, let the OPP know, even if they don't have an officer out there, even if you're telling them something that happened yesterday or the day before, just report it. Because if you don't report it, they don't know that it's happening now or happened yesterday. They know things have happened, months ago, and the videos being circulated are 2 years old. So they can work on determining who is in those videos, but if they're 2 years old, that doesn't tell them what's happening this year. And I think that's what on a go forward basis, I encourage all of you to tell the OPP, tell the MNR what's going on now. And if you were aware of things going on this past weekend, let them know. But anyway, with that, I'm not seeing any further hands, so I'm going to have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay's bylaw department has responded to numerous complaints regarding the unsafe discharge of firearms on Crown land, but the Township has no jurisdiction over these lands. And whereas the responsibility for enforcement, investigation of illegal and unsafe activities and the protection of the public safety in Crown land lies with the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Ontario Provincial Police. Therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay formally invite the representatives from the Ministry of Natural Resources, Parry Sound District Office to appear before Council and outline the measures being taken to ensure resident safety and the peaceful enjoyment of public lands. And be it further resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay also invite representatives from the Ontario Provincial Police, specifically the Bracebridge and South Southern Georgian Bay detachments to make a delegation to council to provide a report on the history of firearm-related incidents within the township and to present the steps being taken to protect residents from unsafe firearm use. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, all right. Site alteration bylaw, Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I've received many phone calls about this over the years, and recently I received one about our bylaw, which was put through some time ago, that says that sod is a form of fill. And I'd just like to bring to the attention of council that by using sod, you're instantly stopping drainage from entering into our waterways, our streams, which affect the species at risk and also affect our environment. The standard practice that the bylaw wants to see is that residents use seed. I have to remind everybody that if you plant seed this time of year, it's not going to grow until mid next year, and you're going to have all kinds of runoff from new development. So that's something that's very important. Secondly, if you do use seed, there's quite a bit of fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides that are used in order to make this seed grow, which runs off into the environment as well too. We had a case last month where we asked a resident to come up with a drainage program, a drainage plan using an engineer that would allow the property to drain properly. This included bringing in fill. Yet we're saying that sod is a form of fill. So I don't believe that we're really getting the point here. I guess lastly, we need to look seriously at removing sod. There's a lot of other things that are important. We constantly talk about restoring waterfront properties that have had development done that shouldn't have been done, and we want that restored. But seeding is not the proper way to do it. It takes too long. And there's a double standard here. We allow sodding in residential areas such as Oak Bay. The entire survey was sodded. Over 50, 60 homes got sodded. My survey, for example, every property on Hillside Drive was sodded. And there's many residents that do use sod. And I just see that recently our bylaw has stepped in and decided that sod, they're going to start enforcing sod as being a form of fill. So the report is before you, and I think it makes common sense to have fill, sod, shrubs, things like that allowed to be planted not only on shoreline properties, but on all residential properties, and not class it as fill. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. 5 years ago, about 5 years ago, yeah, I endeavored to repair a septic tank on a property that I purchased, at which point I was informed that we would have to further set back our field, as any repairs on a septic tank would require it to be updated. And so we endeavored to do so. And at the time, we created a new septic field, septic bed, and were advised to seed the septic bed in order to ensure that there would be no erosion. To date, the seed still hasn't taken. There is remnants of weed there, perhaps the odd scraggling of grass, but grass, for whatever reason, just does not want to grow on sand. As Councillor Bocek advised, I had an option to purchase a seed that was encapsulated in some kind of chemical, wrapped in some kind of moss, that would help the seed grow. And every year, I endeavor to reseed that mountain, hoping that one day grass will grow there. Every year, Mother Nature seems not to want to make sure that grass grows there. And so I just don't understand the reasoning behind, or the rationale rather, behind sod being classified as fill. Had I had the opportunity to put sod on my septic mountain, I likely would have endeavored to do so, and likely increasing my odds of growth and ensuring that there's no runoff and or any impacts to my septic field based on rain. And so I don't see why sod, if the inevitable end result is going to be grass, why sod cannot be used. With regards to the soil that the sod is grown in, that soil is retained. Whenever you pick up a roll of sod, very, very seldomly do you get a lot of shake off. Rather, the grass is and the roots of the grass maintain that soil, which enables it to continue to grow. And so I don't see a drastic impact to the environment nor to our waterways. With that said, I'll defer to, of course, staff, as I'm sure they have comments in regards to why sod has not been used in the past or currently. But again, I will advise that based on my own experiences and what I've come to see with regards to how an effective seed is, that perhaps council here today consider sod as a potential option, as well as our current practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bochek, for your resolution. First of all, I don't want to suggest that we can't use sod or seed in our township in certain areas where it's non-waterfront. When it comes to waterfront, I have a different view. That is based on something I sent to the rest of council, which is basically an educational booklet that's put together by a number of organizations, but include the federal government, Fisheries and Oceans, and also Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources. This is the booklet. There's a photocopy of it. I do have a hard copy at home, but I just brought this along as sort of a guide. And it's called a shore primer. It's about shoreline. It's not about sod or grass set way back. I'm not really that much against the use of sod when it means we've got a huge amount of a protected area. But I am concerned about sod being at the shoreline. And the reason I am is that if you read, or did get the opportunity to read some of this that I sent to you, I have a couple of quick quotes, if you don't mind, that deal with this. And one of the quotes on page 8 was, thanks to thousands of years of practice, natural shores are among the world's most effective and least expensive erosion controls. Holding the bank in place, fending off impacts of wind, rain, waves, and boat wake is the answer. So that's sort of what they say there. But I have one other little quote, if I may, which talks about the effectiveness of natural shorelines versus the use of sod and seed. Lawns displace hardworking native plants that protect the lake. When a heavy rain comes, the foppish, there's a lovely word, blades lay down and let the rain beat all over them, eroding the topsoil and carrying it into the lake. According to one study, 90% of the rain falling naturally on a natural shoreline is absorbed before reaching the water. It's very important to sort of remember that, before reaching the water. While up to 55% of the rain falling on hard surfaces, including lawns, flows right into the lake. So it's not 90, 55. If you think about it, they use two different ways of looking at this, but they're basically saying more of the rain that falls on sod or grass will go right into the lake and any chemicals that are associated with that. Whereas the hardened shoreline that you get through natural vegetation works. That's what this whole booklet's all about. Two departments, national and provincial, plus cottage life, plus Federation of Ontario Cottages, all say the same thing. So I just want to say that I'd be very disturbed about changing our site alteration bylaw if it pertained to shoreline, to the shoreline. And I encourage that we continue with some sort of benefit to our waters and our environment and our number one goal, which is the environment, to protect that shoreline. I think, you know, we hear that individuals are concerned about their property rights and the right to do whatever they so please. I say, you know, self-interest is lovely, but enlightened self-interest is even better. And I would encourage that we think about enlightened self-interest in this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Why, thank you. To the clerk. Hi. How are you doing? Could you confirm that 2024-72 is actually a site alteration bylaw? Well, yes. Okay. So I'm just trying
Sorry,
to be
2014.
2014. Yes, 72. Yeah, that's it.
As amended.
As amended.
It's been amended by AMPS.
Yeah, correct. Right. Now, the reason I wanted to highlight that is if we're going to open up 2014-72, perhaps we should be also looking at the resolutions that came out of the planning committee back in 2020 and 2022. I'm looking right now at a site alteration resolution coming out of the planning committee that I think was adopted. I'm having troubles following the transitions here. This is a PC-13-2020, and it recommended some additional changes. And what I'm trying to get to here is this site alteration bylaw is old. We've come up with recommendations on making changes to it. We have a new recommendation for a change, and I think that we should be trying to consider this in a whole perspective as an individual, one at a time perspective. And having said all of that, I fully support the intent of what Councillor Bocek has come up with here, which is I do believe the word sod needs to be removed from the definition of fill. But there's also in that, there's one other word, sorry? There's fill to do, what's the other word in here? Turf. Thank you. I couldn't hear him. That's why I asked him. Okay, so sod and turf, which are really the same thing, probably should be taken out of that definition as well. Just for consideration, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm in favor of us reviewing the bylaw on site alteration, but at this state of things, I can't see us making exceptions to the current status quo. I'm with Councillor Cooper. I'm not a sod fan when it comes to any lakefront. All it does is encourage somebody to try and make that grass grow better, which includes usually chemical warfare. So I'd rather not see any sod go down anywhere. I hate grass because it has to be cut, and I hate cutting grass.
Gentlemen.
Speak for yourself. Anyway, I'm all in favor of what Mother Nature does to prevent erosion on shorelines. Mother Nature has proven time and time again that it is the best solution to these situations. If somebody is altering their shoreline against our bylaws, then they should be made to correct it. And I think we should be abiding by that policy as it currently stands. I have no problem reviewing the bylaw, but that's down the road.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And I couldn't agree more that naturalization is the best method. However, we have a lot of properties in the township that are waterfront that were years ago, the vegetation along the shoreline was removed. I'll give you a typical example, the Port Severn Park. That whole park was naturalized and it was all removed. And the only way to fix that was to put sod in and not seed it, because that would allow years of erosion before any action was taken. So in a lot of cases, to reestablish naturalized shorelines would take forever. You can't grow trees and shrubs and all that kind of stuff in any amount of time that would help solve this problem. Maybe if you planted sod to stop the erosion and at the same time worked on restoring naturalization to the shoreline, that would even be better. But in the immediate, I see that all water in this township, all drainage in this township ends up in our waterways. And I don't care where it is. It all goes down through a ditch. That ditch flows out and it always ends up in our waterways. And I just know for a fact that when you seed, it takes years to get that seed to mature. And there's all kinds of chemicals put on it trying to help it. Where sod, you lay it down, it grows, and it shouldn't be classed as fill. It's very simple. You're asking people to put in fill to provide drainage, yet you don't want to add the 1/4 inch of soil that's on the bottom of sod because that's classed as fill. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I would ask council to really look at the benefits of sodding to do exactly what we want to have happen, is stop the runoff. I can tell you right now, 4 or 5 properties right now that have been altered to do drainage, all their soil, all their fill is washing right into the lakes because it has nothing to retain it. And sod is an instant way of stopping that from happening. So I want that sod turf removed from the bylaw so that it can better the environment, not hurt it. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper. No, I'm going to go to Councillor Predko first because I don't think you've spoken, and then I'll go to Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I don't really have too much to say other than I agree that, you know, I think it's a better approach for us to review the entire bylaw rather than just one item, because the context may or may not be captured. And there may be other terms that have changed in their meaning over the duration of the past 10 years. So in that regard, I mean, I can talk about turf and being in the shoreline area, but I am more inclined to agree that a naturalized shoreline is what you would like to have. But I think we also have to recognize that we do have different zones within our township, and the property on Port Severn Road is not in a very naturalized location, but I was over there on the weekend just taking a look from the other side of the channel. It is higher, and I think that there was some landscaping required to meet the house elevation to the water elevation.
Let's not get in too much detail
Yep.
on one particular site. Please.
Sure. So I will just leave it that I think we need to have a maybe more fulsome review of the whole bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try and be brief. Just a couple of points. First of all, you know, we talk about sod and shoreline, and probably hold some of the earth in place for a while, but the long term, if you read this shore primer, says, no, it doesn't work in the long run. And so maybe we do need to take a look at our current bylaw, but I think it needs to remain in place for the time being. And I will say that when we, as I understood it, when the Oak Bay development was done, sod was allowed very close to the shoreline, but there were containment ponds. But guess what? Containment ponds, many of them got removed. That's pretty serious. And if you see the water quality off Oak Bay, it ain't funny. So let's keep that in mind. I would also suggest is that this resolution is, I'm afraid, quite confusing, because in one spot it says recommend amending the current bylaw to allow the use of sod. And then it does say down at the bottom, be it resolved that directs staff to amend the site bylaw alteration to change the definition of fill to remove the word sod. So we want sod, now we don't. I'm sorry, but there's two different interpretations. One in the report and the removal of how's that going to get interpreted? It's confusing. Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can bring this in. I think the intention of the original motion was that under the definition of fill, the word sod would no longer appear, so it would not be considered fill. It would be considered separately by itself as opposed to fill. But I'm also hearing from a number of you the idea of reviewing the site alteration bylaw and bringing it perhaps up to date and expanding it. And I think, like so many other bylaws that we have, so many other situations we face, this township is varied. We got lots of different land descriptions. We got waterfront, we got inland, we got hard rock, we got mushy soil, we got everything. And we have to take into account that the site alteration bylaw usually comes into effect, like so many bylaws, when some neighbor is saying, what the heck is that person doing to their yard, and is it on-site or off-site? So it's one of those things where if somebody is doing something that a neighbor has concern about, then the site alteration plan comes in. I'm not a great fan of sod personally. No offense to those who have it all over the place. There is grass on my yard. None of it reaches the shoreline. I do know that the more grass you have, the more geese you have, and maybe that's natural fertilization. I don't know, but most people don't seem to appreciate it. And I'm all in favor of keeping shorelines as natural as possible. And I hear that people have had real failures with seed. I don't know, when my septic was built, they spread all sorts of seed around it, and it's not one of those picture perfect lawns, I can assure you. But who cares? There's enough growth there. I'm really a great admirer of my neighbors who've planted all sorts of wild seeds on their septic, the new septic bed, and it looks wonderful. And you just have to make sure you put stuff there where the roots don't get too deep. But I wish I could remember the name of the one plant. It was a type of grass, I don't know, blue stem or something. I've forgotten it. Looks terrific. Anyway, I digress. So in front of me, I have the original motion, which we can read and decide to vote on one way or another, whether or not the word sod should be removed from the definition of fill, full stop. But the other motion that the clerk was kind enough to also prepare was that we direct staff to review the site alteration bylaw for definitions and updates and modernization, and that be brought in front of the committee of the whole in the future for discussion. And Councillor Cooper.
I would certainly support that, and I would also suggest that that our staff, when conducting that review, that they review what our planning committee said about this subject, because there were some very knowledgeable people there that they could call on.
It's certainly one source of information. So, Councillor Bocek, the original motion was yours.
Yes, and I'm not opposed to the suggestions here. One thing I would like to add, that if it does go to the committee of a whole, we understand that naturalized shorelines should stay naturalized shorelines. But where it's not a naturalized shorelines, that fill not, or grass not be included as fill. In other words, what Councillor Cooper was saying, you wouldn't take out the naturalized shoreline and put sod down. That's not what we're talking about. And as far as I'm concerned, at the committee of the whole, we could put in that my resolution does not affect waterfront naturalization properties, but properties that aren't waterfront should be sodded, where there's no naturalized shoreline.
All right, well, before, I mean, as I say, I have two motions in front of me. I can read both motions and we can take a vote on both of them because they're not in conflict with each other,
Okay.
really.
Yeah.
But I'm going to look at our staff, and I don't know whether I haven't reached out to you because nobody's asked you a direct question. If you want to make any comments before we try to conclude this.
Maybe just a couple clarifying statements through the mayor. So the seed that we're talking about is similar to an MTO mix. So when you see the sides of the highway on those big slopes, they put this seed on there so that it roots deep so that the erosion doesn't happen. So that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about certain grass seed and we're hoping it'll grow. That's the intention of that seed mix that we're referring to. If this goes to the idea of revamping the whole site alteration bylaw, that's a great idea. I know that we've had discussions with the planning department to change some of our processes, in advance, but just know that's not going to be a quick turnaround. Like that's going to be, springtime, summer, fall. Like it's going to be a while. I know Archipelago just redid theirs and it took them almost a year. So in order to get it right, it will take us some time. So just to be aware of that. Do you have anything else? No, I think we're good.
Okay,
that sod, like when Mr. Brochek is talking about in communities that are not waterfront, sod is permitted. This is a site alteration bylaw that affects only the shoreline, so sod isn't permitted in the shoreline because meets the definition of fill. So just to be clear, sod is allowed elsewhere, just not on that shoreline property.
Okay. So I'm going to first go to Councillor Brochek. The motion that you have drafted for us simply reads, be it resolved, the council directs staff to amend the site alteration bylaw to change the definition of fill to remove the word sod. Do you want me to call a vote on that by itself? Or because I'm also then going to call a vote on whether or not we want staff to review the site alteration bylaw.
Yes, and thank you. I would like the first resolution to be put forward, and if that is denied, then I would like to move to the second resolution.
I plan on reading the second resolution regardless of the outcome of the first one.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think that they're not in conflict with each other. Councillor Hazelton?
Yeah, I do have a question here, and because bylaw is sitting here, I would like to understand that if we pass the resolution essentially as Councillor Brochek has provided, the elephant in the room is we have a resident with a property that I think is trying to use sod or did use sod. Does this then make it possible for him to no longer be in violation? That's, I guess, a question for bylaw.
It's kind of a loaded question, so through the mayor. The reclamation order is already in place. That's talking about that seed mix that I was talking about, so not sod. So sod has not been placed, but that's where, because it meets the definition of fill, we've said you can't use sod, you have to use this mix that'll have a deeper root system that'll actually hold that grass there. It doesn't mean that it's going to be shrubs and bushes and giant tall weeds. He can cut it just like grass. It's still grass. We still have time in the growing season for that to take root and to do its job. It just is instead of sod. That would be, I don't know, if we changed it, it would have to change pretty quickly to get that through. And is there a point to when we're going to redo the whole bylaw to change it for one person? I guess that's the question for yourselves.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, I got the feeling that Councillor Brochek was trying to solve a resident problem by changing some words. And if, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, if those words change and it allows the resident to no longer be in violation, then I think I would be in favor of it. But if it doesn't have any impact whatsoever on this resident that we've been talking about, then I would think differently. I just want to understand what the impetus is and what the urgency is for getting this changed.
Through your worship, as Karina had mentioned, yes, so the order was placed, council resolution and planning council was passed for the drainage to be spoken to. And when that plan was passed by council, they provided us the report for the drainage. And that's why we said that there was no sod, because that plan indicated sod, which was prohibited. If it's council's wish for at next month's council for staff to bring forward a minor amendment to the said alteration bylaw to permit sod as are not prohibited as per the fill definition, then the individual would be able to lay sod at that time. But at that point now we're getting out of the growing season, and now we have an unnaturalized shoreline until possibly May or June of next year for, I don't know the plans for planting sod, but with council being in October, I'm not sure if it would have a chance to grow at that time of year.
But why, if we pass something today, why wouldn't it be
We'd have to amend the bylaw and have it in front of you to pass today. Today is giving us our instruction to do that.
So we're not solving any problems by approving this resolution. Is that what you're saying?
It would give us the instruction to make that change in the bylaw, but that's not coming forward today. That would be
So
next month,
like,
right?
based on the way you've laid it out, nothing's going to grow by the time this thing gets approved. So we're not solving problems. I was hoping we were solving a problem for a resident, but what I'm hearing is we're not solving a problem for a resident. So whether we pass it or not, it's not solving a problem.
Just, I find the answer to that most interesting, because the other thing I was going to point out to the mayor, well, you're suggesting they're very different. In some ways, the second resolution is sort of saying, hey, we're going to take a look at all this stuff. Oh, but by the way, in the first resolution, we already made a change, but we really didn't. So my point would be, if we pass resolution two first, there'd be no point in having resolution one.
Timing.
Sorry. Just the CAO brought something to our attention here. So if we made that change and that quick turnaround to help this one person, that would also allow everyone with a naturalized or unnaturalized shoreline to put sod on their shoreline, so they could do the whole thing and sod every shoreline. And I know sod works in some circumstances, but if we get that heavy rain that Cooper's talking about, it's going to wash into the shoreline, and we don't want to perpetuate these problems that we're having with water quality and erosion and all these things. So I think it's better. This is a really important bylaw. We think it does have a lot of purpose here in the municipality, and we've used it a lot this year. I think instead of rushing to fix one issue or what we perceive as one issue, give it to us, let us do the research, work with planning department, and bring back something wholesome that we can actually bring forward that's meaningful and have changes that are required, because there might be other things within it that we find, but I wouldn't want to do that and someone puts a whole bunch of sod on their Georgian Bay rock and it slides in the water and that's it, right? Because just because we all know that's not a great idea doesn't mean that the average person doesn't either. So
thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. A couple of comments if I have, and some questions. First and foremost, I think any change here today would not just address a single individual. Rather, it would address anyone within our township. And so by removing sod from the bylaw, or the term sod from the bylaw, it would not just be directed at one individual person. And I think I heard, and I can't recall from who, someone advised that it may be directed at one person. But with that said, is there not a way for council here today to allow for an individual that has attempted to work with the municipality at all extents, has come before council because they were the recipient of bylaw enforcement, and with that some relatively heavy fines, to endeavor to complete their landscape plan, even though they went out of their way to hire at additional cost to them a professional who drafted a drainage plan that would satisfy our municipality. And I believe, if memory serves me correctly, there was a email stating that our municipality was satisfied. Perhaps I misread that, but from what I recall, there was, I think, some kind of confirmation. So is there not a way here today that we can, in one hand, say, okay, let's review this in its entirety, perhaps in a future Cal meeting? However, with respect to this particular application, we as council hereby give consent to this person to be able to use sod. And perhaps more of a rhetorical question, but I would rather, and this is a statement, not a question, rather, but I would rather see sod laid down before the growing season comes to a final end. I mean, the advantages with the fall, the heavy rains will help, I guess, root the sod even deeper. As we all know, planting in the spring and fall tends to be the best for planting. I would rather see this person be able to lay down the sod, thereby mitigating any runoff into the water with exposed, whatever is exposed there currently. That to me makes me
Councilor
feel like,
Graziano, I'm going to cut you off in the sense we're now getting to a very specific situation which was not on our agenda. I understand your point, and if any staff want to respond to the point, that's fine, but I don't want extended discussion on a particular item that was not actually on our agenda.
so in that case, first and foremost, I didn't request that staff provide their input, so thank you very much for the interruption. However, why don't we go ahead and bring forward a friendly amendment? So I'll defer to the clerk as to how we can word that friendly amendment to allow for this particular application or to resolve this problem. As we've heard, there's an appetite within council to solve this problem here and today. And that friendly amendment will likely be there to assist. So our clerk on how we can draft a friendly amendment to my point earlier before the interruption. Thank you.
Because it's not on the agenda, you would have to waive the rules of procedure to add it to the agenda and then have a separate motion on that topic.
So a friendly amendment to the current resolution would not suffice?
No,
Was
because,
the intent of Councillor Bocek's motion not to address this very situation?
well, if it was, he certainly didn't put that in his report.
Perhaps he didn't word it correctly. Councillor, perhaps he can answer that
I would
question.
like
Was
you to
the
stop now, Councilor Graziano, while we consider what our options are.
co-host continues to mute me for some reason? Who's the co-host that's attempting to mute me?
I don't have the power myself to mute you.
Well, I will take a screenshot on the next attempt and circulate it.
If I may.
Let's go to Councilor Bocek. I'm going to go to Councilor Bocek for a moment.
Yeah. I made it very non-specific in this resolution, but through hearing what bylaw had to say, that it's already in existence that you can sod if it's not waterfront. I think that's what you said. And last council meeting, it was deemed that some properties are not naturalized shoreline. They were dredged out. And that was the basis of council making their decision last month on what they agreed to. So I'll just leave that with you, because last month we deemed that this wasn't real natural waterfront. It was dredged out. And that's why we approved what we approved last month. But now we're saying it's classed as fill because it's waterfront, but you're allowed to use sod on things that aren't waterfront. So I'm confused a little bit, but I would like the resolution to stand as it is. And if you're going to read both resolutions, then we will get council's idea of where they would like to go.
All right. So where we're at now is we got the Councilor Bocek's original motion in that the original motion is basically to remove the word sod from the definition of fill. And then we have a second motion, which we'll talk about a site alteration bylaw review, if I can call it that, just summarize it that way. Councillor Hazelton. That's not what the motion is in front of me. Okay. We're having one now. Go ahead.
If I were to vote in favor of the first resolution and it is turned down, am I able to vote on the second resolution?
Absolutely. They're
Oh.
entirely independent motions.
Thank you.
If anybody wants to go down the road of whatever you told about special consideration, we can consider that later in this meeting. So I'm going to read the two motions that are in front of me and get those behind us. So at least we're making some headway on this. So the first motion is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to amend the site alteration bylaw 2014-72 to change the definition of fill to remove the word sod. All those in favor? I got one, I got two, I have three. So that is defeated 4-3. My second motion that's currently in front of me is moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to review the site alteration bylaw for definitions, updates, and modernization to be brought to Committee of the Whole for consideration. All those in favor? And I have unanimous approval on that, so that is carried. All right. Council, we're now at 12:45. We have one more new business item, and we have a closed session item. Do you want to keep carrying forward and try to get this done in a reasonable hour, or do you want to have a lunch break? And by what time? Oh, okay. Okay, let's take then a 15-minute break for everyone, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Are we ready to move forward? Councillor Bocek, I think you wanted to bring something forward before we go on to the rest of our agenda.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to waive the procedures, I guess it's called waiving the procedures. And if I have council's approval, then I'd like to move forward with a motion.
So wait, do you have a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a, so council, we have a motion, and I should point out that because it is a waiving the rules of procedure, we need 2/3, or in other words, okay, 5 votes in favor. Oh, sorry, 4. Oh, we need 4, not 5. Okay, we need 4 votes in favor. So that's perfectly normal. Okay, just want to make sure we're all clear on that, because clearly I wasn't. All right, I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council oh, it is 5. 5. Oh, no, we're going to settle for 5. You're 6, the original 4, 5's in the compromise. How's that? Or no. So I need 5 votes in favor. We have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council waive the rules of procedure to permit an additional agenda item, namely 12D, site alteration for 33 Port Severn Road. All those in favor of waiving the rules of procedure? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is carried. All right. Now, the next thing is, Councillor Bocek, you want to now make a motion. Now we've moved, now that council voted in favor of this, and you have that motion, or is Clerk Away preparing that motion for you? Okay, so you can introduce it.
Okay.
I mean, and basically the motion is going to read that we're going to allow sod for this property.
Right.
And so you can introduce it, and then I'm going to allow staff to respond to that before we get council discussion.
Sure. Through you, Mayor, after listening to council, I understand that an amendment to the bylaw is very broad reaching and reaches across the township for the future. And I would suggest that we look at a site-specific 33 Port Severn Road North to allow sodding on that property, but not changing the bylaw where it would allow on all properties moving forward, but that we study that at COW and discuss it and see if that's something we want to move forward with.
So at this point, you're moving that we allow sod to be used in the backyard of 33, or the waterfront side of 33 Port Severn Road.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Staff, your response, please.
I'm just going to start to remind everybody how we got here. There was an alteration to a shoreline. Stop work orders were posted. There was further alteration to a shoreline. Then a reclamation order, which was challenged, was put forward, was challenged, brought to council. Council amended it to make it more of the drainage aspect to make sure that was clear. Since then, he hired a consultant, or it was a surveyor, correct, Josh, that did the drainage program. Staff, including building, review and planning and bylaw, reviewed this plan and put it into place and approved it. There was the only piece in the puzzle was that there was sod where it shouldn't be, and that's because the bylaw has that sod piece. That's been not since brought to staff's attention that that challenge has been made. That hasn't come through to the clerk. It hasn't got through that process. If I'm thinking it, because this is all, we're working on the fly here, if we think of it as a property standards type idea, we have that appeal process in place. This bylaw allows us, that has an appeal process in place, that if someone's trying to do something that goes outside the realm of the site alteration bylaw, which he would be doing in this circumstance, they have the appeal process to do that. And that's something that I think should be followed, so that we have this time to do that research to make sure it's relevant. There is a section in the bylaw, section 5, so the person can apply for relief of the bylaw. So that relief would be of the reclamation plan that's already been approved and signed by staff, and it was their suggestion. Like, this is his surveyor's suggestion, is that that's what it is. It's just the planting instead of the sod. So that option is available to him. I think, like, staff are putting orders. This is a bylaw we use very actively. We've done a lot of work this year in this bylaw, and we've done the same process for everybody. I do feel it's important to point out that, you know, as staff sitting here, if we're going to do this for each person that comes through our department, when we have these challenges or these, you know, unique properties or unique situations, then that puts us in a spot for sure. Okay, so I don't know if you have anything to add. I'm gonna leave it with you.
And just, if you don't mind, one further clarification. What is the current status of that property? Like, what has been done or not done, and what is still to be done, if I can put it that way?
Your worship, to status, the individual, as Karina mentioned, has submitted the reclamation plan as per the resolution passed by council, so that it was more speaking to drainage. They submitted the plan, staff reviewed it, and an email response was provided confirming the plan, but they were not allowed to sod. They were only allowed to apply a seed mix instead of sod because it was prohibited. That was done a few weeks ago, and at this time we haven't heard further from the property owner in response to that email or any work that has occurred at this time.
So a reclamation plan was agreed to. It had various steps in it, and apparently at least one councillor was aware that they were disappointed that they weren't allowed to sod, but that has not been discussed with you. Okay, thank you. All right, council. Discussion, questions. Councillor Jarvis, Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm going to request some clarification here. When when you guys came to agreement with the property owner on how he would fix whatever was going on there, he was aware that sod was not allowed, correct? Or would that have been in the written agreement somewhere?
In regards, so previous correspondence with the property owner was provided the full site alteration bylaw, the prohibitions, and what the definition of fill would have been. In regards to the plan that was submitted, it was more speaking to drainage, and that was based off the resolution passed by council. So due diligence on staff while reviewing that plan was to look at other aspects to ensure that no further violations of the site alteration bylaw would occur, and the placement of sod would be, as it's a placement of fill.
So he was aware that sod, he should have been aware that sod would not have been allowed. Is that that's what I'm getting at here?
Yeah, the full bylaw was provided to him, and the definition of fill, which is prohibited, does indicate sod. So email was provided to that property owner detailing the site alteration bylaw. This was much before the repair order was issued, much earlier in the process.
Yeah, okay, so he should have been aware that what he was going to be doing was not allowed. That's what I'm getting at. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, 2 points. If I could, number one, nobody reads the content of the bylaws and understands them to the level that staff would. Councillors clearly don't. I wouldn't expect a resident to, so I would have assumed that he would have assumed that it would not have been a problem to put sod in that location. But what I wanted to react to, though, was Karine, you mentioned that you were concerned that we have these bylaws and you're out enforcing them, and if the applicant can come back to council and get a change, that's you feel that is putting you in a position of, I don't know, something. One of the things that I strongly believe in our township is the building code doesn't apply. We put all kinds of bylaws in place, and the bylaws don't apply universally to every property. We have a unique environment, and I think that what we want to be open and receptive to is we write a bylaw, and we think of the bylaw being in this context, but there's something over here that nobody ever thought of. And what I would want in this township is an ability for council to, if you can't be that flexible and handle this thing over here, then I would want the ability for council to review it. And I wouldn't want you to feel bad that we make a decision that is different from what you are interpreting as you try to enforce the bylaw, because there are way too many anomalies in our township. So we need, as a township, to, I think, be respectful to our residents. And if the bylaws are fairly constrained, and we think it's undue hardship, I think we should have the right to relax a little bit. And I would hope that you don't feel bad about us taking that position.
So through your, the mayor, absolutely, I think there's an opportunity to appeal that, but there's a process in that bylaw that allows him to do that. And he didn't go through that avenue. He went through the councillors, that's absolutely his choice. But if that's something we have, and I understand that no bylaw we write is ever going to be perfect, it's not going to fit every property because, as you said, and we'll say it time and time again, this municipality is so unique. There's not going to be something that fits everything. But I do feel as staff, we do our very best to follow the policies we have in place to ensure that things are the way they were intended. That's why SOD was in there. That's why we've done this work. That's why that position was created, was to address these issues that we have had and we continue to have on shoreline properties. So I appreciate he absolutely has the opportunity to challenge that. I just think it should be within the constraints of the bylaw that he follows the processes that are available within that. And that's what he's done to get to the point we are here now. So I don't know why we can't continue in that process, but that's obviously up to the powers that be.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. It's all very helpful to me to try and deal with this. And I guess what I heard you say earlier was, and these are my own words, not yours, but I'm not sure that we should be inconsistent in our treatment of our constituents and in relation to bylaws. And while I understand that we have lots of circumstances, when it comes to waterfront, I don't see anything other than being very consistent about protecting the environment. And I will say that if this were to go to court, courts look at precedent. It's what they do. And courts say, hey, you allowed it over here, you allowed 2 over there, 1 over here, and there's 40 you didn't. You're being inconsistent. We're going to allow it. And that's happened to us before. There's a cottage out in my area where they have 2 sleeping cabins because of the precedent that happened around that. So I just think that we're ignoring the precedent aspect that the courts feel are part of a consideration. So I think we need to be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few comments, and hopefully I won't get a prompt saying someone is trying to block me. With regards to the comments made today, we've heard a lot about process, specifically process on applications, process on appeals, and I think we should follow that train of thought. There's a couple of things here. Bylaw has bylaws that they adhere to and their process. They followed that. Hence the reason why the gentleman or the applicant got a stop work order. He then followed the process, which was he appealed it and brought it before council. Council voted to allow him to continue, to extend the time in which to comply, and we voted to allow him to proceed. He has since become compliant. We now come to understand that there is a further hindrance here that's not allowing him to complete his application and his renovation. And the process was that he could appeal it, but council also has processes, and we, I believe, can make decisions as to whether or not we allow for something like this or not. We're, I think, within our lanes to be able to vote on this particular issue, and we are adhering to our process and our ability to do so. We went through the formality of having to waive the rules today as part of our process. So we are adhering to our process, and we have the ability to also make a decision or render a decision on this particular matter. And so for that matter, here we are. We're discussing it. Now, when it comes to application consistently, I can absolutely understand that. However, I don't think that application or consistent application should only apply to waterfront. Rather, it should apply to anything and everything. So it's either we're consistent or we recognize that we have some very unique and nuanced properties within our communities, and they each respectively require a different approach and viewing the matter through a different lens. In this particular situation, the applicant abuts on a waterfront. He owns the land below the water. That was a dredged canal. It wasn't originally there. And so one can argue that perhaps that wasn't really a part of the natural environment. Rather, it was a man-made creation in which he owns the property underneath it. I want to remind council again, this gentleman has gone through hoops now to try to adhere to the requirements, and all he is seeking to do is to complete and move forward in life. It's not a monster cottage, I at least relative to what I've seen. And he is not asking for a lot. Rather, I think he's just looking to complete his backyard so he can go on and enjoy his life. I could be wrong. I don't know the applicant personally. And as such, from what I've seen, it seems like he has been reasonable. I've canoed past his property just recently through Canoe for Cancer. And I saw what he's done. And it doesn't seem to be a request that is scope creep. I don't see him coming back multiple times and looking to build bigger and bigger. I don't see him building a garage and perhaps then endeavoring to try to enclose that garage and build above it. I see him just trying to move on with his life. And I think if we are able to follow process and render a decision here today, as I believe the Ms. Black wills council to be able to do so, then I would suggest that we allow him to move forward with his life. I can't see the sod in this particular case making a substantial impact to our already man-made canal or channel. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my concern with this, and it's similar to a concern I expressed when this property came up in front of us, was it a month ago, 2 months ago? I can't remember now. A month ago, was, I encouraged the individual to work with staff to come up with a solution. My understanding is that that's what happened, is that they got somebody in who made a recommendation, and that recommendation was accepted and was being implemented, and then the conversation turned to, yeah, it'll be I would rather lay down sod than lay down seed, even though the seed was part of the recommendation for resolving the matter. And there is as he well knows, there is a process to discuss this through staff and our procedures, and the site alteration bylaw. But instead, he made the decision to go through a counselor. And well, it's a challenging situation, because all of us as counselors have faced a situation where an applicant or a resident comes to us and says, what about this or what about that? That's par for the course. And typically we will inquire of staff, what about this, what about that? And staff will tell us, well, this is the rules, or that is the procedure, or they should talk to so-and-so. That's not unusual. But I think we have to be very careful as staff, as council, that we're not trying to be staff and be the bylaw officer or be the planning director or be the fire department for that matter. That that's why we hired people to take care of all those things for us. And I, you know, I imagine a case where somebody comes to council and says, I don't think that this planning rule makes sense. Can you just pass a motion to make me exempt from the planning regulations? Well, I'm not sure how well that would necessarily carry. And so that's why I have difficulty with this, is that if I understand it, I don't know if the seed hasn't been placed or has it. We don't know. We don't know, but the seed could be placed tomorrow. And it's got another month, 6 weeks that it could start taking root. There's already, if I understand it correctly, fabric in place to make sure the soil doesn't get washed away. In other words, it shouldn't be, to me, the everything can be satisfied by the placing of seed on the soil. And so I have trouble because, again, the procedure wasn't followed, which would be the applicant coming back to bylaw and saying, well, yeah, but I'd much rather put down sod. And they would say, well, then based on section 5, I've forgotten the number, section 5, this is what you have to do. And away they go. But no. And so to me, aside from the fact that I'm not keen on sod close to the waterfront, and I understand that this is one of those exceptions that this township so full of, I have real difficulty with once again having council in effect say to staff, yeah, these are the rules we told you to follow, but yet again we want you to break them. That's sort of my side of it. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you for that commentary, Mr. Mayor. I think we are following procedure here by suspending rules and looking for site specific. We're not looking to change the bylaw. We're simply looking at site specific. And to Councillor Jarvis's point, he did come up with a reclamation plan that said it should be seeded. And through this process at council, he's trying to ask that sod be able to be used. And through this procedure, that's what we're allowed to do. So we're following procedure. Unlike what I'm hearing is that we're not following procedure because staff should be allowed to rule on this. Well, I think council has the ability to rule on this because we are following the procedure of council. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Just through your worship, the section 5 is an appeal to council to get that changed, not staff. So staff are not ruling on it. Staff are following the best practices set out by our environmental consultant to tell them that they have to use seed instead of sod and what the bylaw states. So just for clarity.
Yeah, so basically the individual, instead of using section 5 to go to council, went straight to council. Yeah. Any other comments? Well, then I'm going to read the motion. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that council authorize an exemption to the site alteration repair to permit the use of sod at 33 Port Severn Road. All those in favor? 1, 2. I got 1, 2, 3 in favor, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4 against. That is defeated 4-3. All right. Thank you for that. And now we're going to go to an item that's regarding the biosphere. So again, I'm going to ask Councillor Cooper to be Chair Cooper for this next item, if you will, please.
here we are, boys and girls. What do we got here? Oh, yes. So moved by Councillor Jarvis. I'm going to read this and then we can have some discussion. Is that okay with everybody? And no, it's not okay with Councillor Hazelton, but never mind. We won't pay attention to him. Seconded by Councillor Predko. Whereas the Georgia Bay Biosphere Reserve was designated by UNESCO in 2004 as a region of global ecological significance. Spit that out. Whereas the Township of Georgia Bay is committed to promoting environmental values and sustainable development and have collaborated with the Georgia Bay Mindu Gami Biosphere GBB organization on many projects since 2014, including conservation education, climate action, community development, and reconciliation. And whereas the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve designation and the work coordinated by the GBB as an organization in Canada are both highly valued by our community and by our council. Now therefore the Township of Georgia Bay is proud to support the Georgia Bay Biosphere Reserve in its continued designation by UNESCO and look forward to participating in the next 10 years of collaborative activities. Spit it out, Peter. There we are. Any comments about this particular resolution? Councillor Hazelton, you were clearly not. Somebody's got the duct tape out today. Anyway, so having said that, I think we can vote on this. All those in favor? And that is carried. I'm sorry, Councillor Graziano, where is he? I don't see him. Okay, anyway, it carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Just one editorial, if I may. The biosphere is doing their best to minimize the use of the word reserve. So just drop the word reserve for obvious reasons. That's an old definition, or that's no longer part of the. But okay, so that takes care of new business. Now, council closed session. We have closed minutes and legal files listing. And if there is nothing that you want to discuss in that matter, we don't have to go and close because we just can pass the minutes in open. Is that correct? If you want to discuss something in the legal files listing, then we have to go into close, just for your information. No, it's giving you options. While you're thinking about it, I'll read the one motion because if there's no discussion in minutes, I can at least read that motion and get that over with. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council adopts the August 11th, 2025 Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? All right, so that is taken care of because that is passed. Now, the question is whether or not you want to go into closed session, discuss anything on the legal files listing. I'm not seeing anything. That means we can go to the shutdown procedure of this meeting. Okay. Moved by Councillor Bochek, sent by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved the Council adopts the bylaw 2025-061 to confirm the proceedings of the September 8, 2025 Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved the Council does now adjourn at 1:33 p.m. until October 6th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned, but just don't forget tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, Planning Council. Yes, we do.